All right, folks, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, August the 30th, 2021. I'd ask you all now to pause for O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le paix, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We begin our meeting today by taking time to acknowledge that the land on which we live and gather is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. Over the last several months, we as a community have tried to come to grips with the genocide that was perpetrated on the peoples that are Indigenous to Canada by our federal government. While these lands are covered by multiple treaties between the Crown and those nations, those treaties have long been violated, if not completely ignored. These territories where we live and work are covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. This was a treaty originally agreed to by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Mississauga peoples, and European settlers were brought into the agreement through the Treaty of Niagara. The purpose of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement is to ensure we all recognize the fact that we all have a responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability. So good evening, everybody. I will read the mayor's report, even though I am simply the deputy mayor. Before I get into what's written down, I will simply say the agenda this evening is not as long as some have been, and it is my hope that we can move through it quickly and efficiently so as to make the mayor feel bad that the meetings he runs are as long as they tend to be, and we can hold this over him for the rest of the term of council. I will also point out, I love the thumbs up from Councillor Garcia. I will also point out that in my term as deputy mayor this month, I did very little right up until the 28th, and then over the last several days seem to have had multiple engagements all over the place. And so I feel good that I've actually fulfilled the duty. We'll start with the vaccination policy and council's message from the last meeting. Over the last few weeks, we have seen announcements across the country by local governments, public health officials, and even private sector companies regarding mandatory vaccination policies for their staff and return to in-person work. Across Ontario, municipalities have been reviewing these decisions, government legislation, and best practices to balance public health and safety through the fourth wave of COVID with individual circumstances. The city senior leadership team has been weighing the same considerations for the city of St. Catharines. Well, last week, this council made the decision to disclose that all of our members have received both doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. We did this to share a message of confidence in the public health vaccination campaign, to offer some reassurance, and to do our part to protect each other, city staff, and the public. Last Thursday, Regional Council made a similar decision, and the region is implementing a mandatory vaccination policy for Niagara Region staff, the essential workers who work in long-term care homes, public health clinics, daycares, and all of the public servants in all regional facilities. The city's senior leadership team has been working closely with public health officials and other Niagara municipalities in considering a vaccination policy for staff. As a reminder, there are many ways to get your COVID vaccine. Their local pharmacies are offering them. There are vaccination clinics at our local hospitals and pop-up clinics that are coming across the community. And I know in our downtown this past weekend, we hosted several successful pop-up vaccine clinics at the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. If you have any questions or concerns, I and council would encourage you to reach out to a trusted trained health professional and talk to your doctor, nurse practitioner, or a public health professional. Some updates from AMO, as AMO did occur since our last meeting. Vaccination policy, as well as health and safety and economic recovery, were topics on the agenda at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference 2 weeks ago. The city's delegation, which included Mayor Sendzik, Councillors Dodge, Garcia, Littleton, Miller, Porter, Townsend, and myself, participated in the virtual conference with several members of the senior leadership team. We had several productive conversations with cabinet ministers about the city's priorities and challenges, including mental health, addictions, and the opioid crisis with Minister Tobolo, the importance of a marine strategy supporting jobs and industry in Niagara, which we have a motion on tonight's agenda related directly to that, affordable housing, support for cleaning up industrial brownfield sites with Minister Clark. We had meetings regarding updates on the work the city's taking to improve and integrate transit services across Niagara with the Minister of Transportation. And there were other meetings and updates as well. And I want to thank our staff who prepared us for AMO and helped to represent St. Catharines' interests and opportunities for support to the provincial government. Tomorrow, August 31st, is International Overdose Awareness Day. To remember those people we've lost to overdoses and to help shatter the stigma for those who have died and support families and friends who are grieving. The city's flags will be lowered to honor the people we have lost. There will also be an active social media campaign online to help raise awareness about addictions and the overdoses. This year, we have lost so many loved ones to addictions and overdose. In Niagara, there were 150 confirmed opioid-related deaths in 2020. That's about 13 deaths per month in our community alone. It's a crisis that is harming families and communities across the country, and it's been compounded by the pandemic. International Overdose Awareness Day is a chance to learn more about what we can do as a community to help make change and to really tackle the opioid crisis and remember those we have lost. It's a time to remember and also a time to act. So we call on the community to join us tomorrow. You'll see Purple Hearts and flags throughout the city to remember all of the lives lost from overdose. There will be media campaigns and murals and art displays. And you can join us to learn more about harm reduction and how naloxone can save lives as well. And a few other notes from the community. I had the opportunity to represent the mayor this weekend and congratulate Joe Vagno, a scouter in St. Catharines who has put forward 50 years of service to the Scouts in our community. And I want to thank Joe as well as Bryce Honsinger and the Scouts for running a wonderful, wonderful event this past weekend, distanced outside and held off just before the lightning came to be able to honor Joe. And I also wanted to congratulate the Niagara Youth Flag Football Organization and Matty Hill, who ran a very successful event this past weekend at the Seymour Hanna complex at the Kiwanis Field after a successful summer with a number of young people introducing them to flag football. A couple of upcoming events. Labor Day is this weekend, and unfortunately, as many of us have heard, the annual Marathon Labor Day Parade has been canceled because of the pandemic. The Meriton Lions Club, though, is continuing the tradition of their great work and is hosting a 50-50 draw. Tickets are still available until Sunday, September the 5th. Please help the Lions continue their great work in the community. And if anybody is looking for where to purchase those tickets, I'm sure Councillors Littleton and Miller can direct them to the appropriate place, maybe even themselves. Celebration of Nations. The 5th annual Celebration of Nations is coming up September 10th to the 12th, hosted in partnership with the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. The Gathering of Indigenous Arts celebrates creativity, diversity, and resilience, and a full schedule of programming has been released with both in-person and online events. As we continue our community's journey of truth and reconciliation, all are invited to join in and learn together, Indigenous and non-Indigenous folks alike. And back to school, which I know for some of us is a much greater reality, be it parents or teachers on council. Students are getting back to school next week. Please remember to be patient and drive safely. School buses will be picking up students and there will be more traffic on our roads than we have seen for quite some time. Please be patient, watch for children and families. And we're also excited to see more Brock University and Niagara College students welcome back. With the start of September coming up in a few days, daily GO service, both the bus and the train is also increasing. And we'll be connecting Niagara directly with the GTHA GO network. If you're a commuter or looking for ways to get around, make sure you check out the GO Transit schedules and connections to local transit. More services and routes are coming as connections and demand increase. And I should point out that there are a number of special deals for folks if they want to travel on the weekends with exceptionally low cost passes along the GO network. At this point, I will look to the CAO to provide some updates related to COVID as well as the Welland House cleanup. CAO Oaks.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I will provide council with a brief update. I did provide a memo regarding a vaccination policy that staff are undertaking as we speak. It's a very dynamic situation, as you all know, and what we're trying to do along with our colleagues across the Niagara region, all municipalities, including the region, are to have a similar approach to how we move forward with a vaccination policy for our employees and volunteers, as well as we're looking at and waiting for some news to come out of the province to deal with some of the other public type of venues as well. So staff are currently undertaking that process. I've provided a few updates to council and the memo this afternoon, just to provide a bit more information and clarity on what we are planning to do internally. So that process is moving forward. Our human resource team and legal, we've been dealing with all of the legislative requirements and the various policies that are and regulations that are in place at the provincial level, and working with as I said, our colleagues and other municipalities throughout Ontario to come with a common approach. So that process is moving. We also have, there hasn't been a lot of change in how we've moved from, we're still in step 3 under COVID protocols. Our facilities are continuing to open. Our ice is getting put into the various facilities. But as we move forward, our staff are diligently trying to create as open an environment and welcoming in this environment in all of our facilities as possible, maintaining public health and safety protocols. So I'm going to turn it over to our director, Tammy Kate, to speak specifically to the update on Welland House. Tammy?
Thank you, CAO Oaks. At this time, fire services have not received a final report from the Office of the Fire Marshal of Ontario outlining the origin and cause of the fire. The city's first priority is community safety, and as such, the emergency order issued the day of the fire included the necessity to demolish structurally unsound portions of the building and to fence the debris to protect unauthorized access to the site. The owner has applied for a demolition permit for the remainder of the debris, but the application itself was deficient. The owner has retained a qualified person to undertake an environmental assessment of the debris to determine if there are any contaminants and to report back on an appropriate method of removal. Our understanding is that this investigation has mostly been completed, but to date, the environmental report has not been submitted to the city. One of the conditions of the demolition permit will be to provide for securities for sidewalk damage. If the complete application is not submitted within a reasonable amount of time, the city will be initiating an order to comply. As the property is designated under the Heritage Act, the city has also asked the owner for a documentation and salvage plan for any of the designated heritage attributes still on the property. The submission of this plan is required prior to issuing a heritage permit for the removal of materials from the site. This will also take time to assess and will delay the removal of the debris from the site. Due to the movement of heavy machinery on the property, including the urgent need to locate and shut off certain services to the site the day of the fire, damage has occurred to portions of the public sidewalk. Because of this, the sidewalk in its entirety has been closed to protect the community from certain tripping hazards. The city is working with the owner to determine if the owner will reconstruct the sidewalk to city standards or if the owner will pay the city to reconstruct the sidewalk. If a determination is not made in a timely fashion, the city will install asphalt patching on the damaged portions of the sidewalk and have the fencing pushed back to allow public access. There may be times in the future that the sidewalk be closed again for debris removal. Once a complete demolition permit has been issued, it will take approximately 8 to 10 weeks to clear the site of debris. As further updates become available, council will be so advised. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kate, and thank you, Mr. Oaks. Now, an issue that has arisen, I know, in a number of inboxes over the last couple of weeks has to do with arena use. So at this time, I'm going to look to Ms. Mambella to provide an update on arena use to us. I'm just going to ask you to unmute. There we go.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cisco. COVID-19 has had a significant impact on the recreation industry, and the uncertainties surrounding return to play protocols has drastically affected the arena booking process for everyone involved. All of these factors have led to a compressed timeline and a delay in releasing arena booking information to our user groups. The ice allocation process is like a giant jigsaw puzzle, and it is always a challenge to fully accommodate the requests of over 80 user groups representing not just hockey, but also figure skating, speed skating, ringette, sledge hockey, learn to skate programs, and of course, public skating. Demand for primetime ice is always greater than the supply, and the beginning of this fall season is no different, especially as the construction at the Meriton Centennial Arena has been delayed, and this arena is not expected to come online until the beginning of November. City staff have been working hard to allocate ice, a process which typically takes up to 8 weeks to complete, but one which we are trying to complete in just over 3 weeks. I can confirm, however, that a portion of the permits for the fall season were released on Friday, and all of the remaining permits will be released early this week. No requests have been denied. I do want to take this opportunity to thank our user groups for their patience and understanding during this challenging process. And I also want to thank city staff, in particular, Brianne Wilson, Amanda Fleury, and Will Bell, for their commitment to expediting these permits. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Mambella. That is a good update. We've got a couple of questions. I'll start with Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to extend a thank you to staff for working so hard. As Ms. Mambella did just suggest, it's a 3-month process for staff to get this done with all the scheduling, and they were able to do it in 2 weeks. So you can imagine all the hard work that did go into it. So thank you, and on behalf of council, I would say too.
All right, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's for you to Ms. Mambella, and I also agree that she's done an amazing job. I have received many emails from user groups. I don't know if they went to every councillor, but I know that I got quite a few. My question is, how long has the marathon work been delayed? When you say November, was it anticipated that it would have been done on time for the start of the season?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Garcia, I may need to defer that question to Director Martuccio. However, it is my understanding that the work was originally anticipated to be completed mid-October, but has now been pushed back to the beginning of November.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, Ms. Mambella is correct. The work was originally intended to be completed in the first half of October. The reason for the delay is there are long delays in delivery of certain items. That one specific item is piping, and there's a significant amount of piping that goes into an ice pad floor. So there was delays in getting that product delivered to site, which has caused us to be delayed by a couple weeks.
Thank you for that. And so if it was October, that means it would have created a bottleneck anyway, because it would not have been ready for early September, essentially.
To you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Garcia. And I will echo some of the comments as an old, long time, well, short time compared to some of my colleagues, member of the Arena Partners Committee, along with Councillors Williamson and Phillips. I know how difficult that process is, and a lot of competing interests, a lot of very loud voices, and so kudos to staff for being able to work through that as efficiently as they did. A few more updates or reminders, I guess, before we move into the agenda. The first one is just a reminder to council as well as to the community that we are moving to in-person meetings on the 13th of September. That's our next council meeting. So a reminder to my colleagues that we will all get to see each other's happy smiling faces in just a few weeks. I know for some of us, it's been too long. And the other reminder, and this is more for the benefit of the community, but also to members of council. The new council procedures are in effect for tonight as per the procedural bylaw updates approved by council. The point of the updates was to simplify the agendas and council proceedings for members and for public participation. And so that means one streamlined council agenda as opposed to the general committee agenda in addition to council. If councilors have not yet had training on the new procedures and would like some, please contact the clerk's office. So with that in mind, a reminder that if you have a motion you would like to bring to the September 13th meeting, it is due to the clerk's office by September 2nd as per the new procedures. Helps to ensure that councilors and staff have enough time to prepare the agenda, review the materials, and for improved public transparency. And so we begin. We'll move to adoption of the agendas, and I will turn it over to the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This evening's changes to your agenda. The following items have been placed in Council's sugar sink. Confidential memo from the Deputy Clerk regarding a vacancy appointment to the Clean City Advisory Committee. A memorandum from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding clarity on St. Catharines Transit Commission governance feedback. And that item's been pulled as well, so I'll clarify what we're doing with that item in the next set of changes. Memorandum from Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services regarding Walker Family YMCA update. Additional correspondence received regarding item 6.1, application to amend official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 18 and 20 Moote Street, and a memorandum from the CAO regarding vaccination policy status update. The following amendments are being made to this evening's agenda. Councillor Dodge has requested that item 5.3, council correspondence, additional correspondence, sub-item 2, memorandum from the CAO regarding clarity on St. Catharines Transit Commission governance feedback will be deferred or to be deferred to September 13th, 2021. Councillor Littleton will now be the mover for item 9.1, rescheduled date for September 2021 and October 2021 council budget meetings. And Councillor Littleton has also requested that item 5.3, correspondence from the City of Mississauga regarding the termination of an appeal of the 2019 Human Rights Tribunal ruling, the council endorse rather than receive the second portion of the resolution clause, which reads that council of the City of Mississauga call upon the Government of Canada to terminate its appeal of the 2019 Human Rights Tribunal ruling, ordering Ottawa to pay compensation to First Nations children and their families separated in a chronically underfunded child welfare system that sees Indigenous children making up more than half the children in foster care, even though they comprise only 7% of all the children, excuse me, under the age of 15 in Canada. And that's all my changes for this evening.
All right, I have two hands up. So Councillor Porter, followed by Councillor Townsend.
Maybe I missed this pulling of 5.1, the appeal of the sign variance decision for 370 Ontario Street.
I believe that's already on the agenda. It's
agenda.
already
Okay.
been pulled and
Thank
moved
you.
up. It was done before the deadline. Thank you.
All right, and Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'd like to pull the CAO's vaccine policy memo that was put out for discussion.
Okay. And I have Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, through you to the clerk. Just to clarify, the YMCA memo has been deferred.
No, there's just a memorandum. There's just a memorandum in your sugar sink. That's all I
Right.
have. Yeah.
Okay, but the discussion with Mr. Christie was to defer it since he's not going to be, he's not here tonight.
Okay.
So if we could
you-
defer that item, please.
It's, thank you. Okay.
So we will defer that for this evening. And Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification to the clerk through you, I also pulled the one item from council correspondence, and I assume that has been done. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's already been done.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other amendments to the agenda? I really appreciate that everybody's trying to keep me on my toes tonight. All right, seeing none, moving the motion to adopt the agenda as amended, I have Councillor Phillips. And for a seconder, I have Councillor Dodge. All right, all in favor?
So moved. Yes.
Opposed? That is carried. Adoption of the minutes. We have a motion that council adopt the minutes of the meetings of council held on Monday, August 9th, 2021, and the council adopt the minutes of the general committee meeting held on Monday, August 9th, 2021. And I will note that these are the final general committee minutes to be passed. And because of that, I have Councillor Kushner making the motion for the final time. And as a seconder, do I have a seconder? Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? All right, seeing none, as a reminder, if you do have any declarations of interest, they do need to be forwarded on to the clerk. And we will move on to approval of the consent reports. And as mentioned, Councillor Porter has requested to move the following item from consent, which is item 5.1, the appeal of the sign variance decision pursuant to sign bylaw 2012-154 regarding 370 Ontario Street. Councillor Garcia has requested to move the following items from consent. Item 5.3, sub item 10, the letter from Coalition for a Better St. Catharines regarding the response to the MECP and MTE GM's tight work plan. And Councillor Townsend has requested to move the following item from consent. Item 5.3, additional correspondence, sub item 5, the memo from the CAO regarding vaccination policy status update. So can we have a motion that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion? Councillor Porter? Wonderful. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. So I will look to the clerk now for today's consent agenda.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, tonight's consent agenda is item 5.2, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, 2022 Municipal and School Board Election Alternative Voting Methods. And 5.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence, save and accept sub-item 10 and additional correspondence, sub-items 2 and sub-items 5. And Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Okay, Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so we move on to our public meeting. And before that, I have a declaration to read to all of our presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represents the seat of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. With that, we will move to item 6.1, public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act. Planning and Building Services, application to amend official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 18 and 20 Moote Street. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposed amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283 regarding 18 and 20 Moote Street, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. Planning and Building Services staff held an open house and prepared a report on the application. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Evan Aksh, Planner with Planning and Building Services will explain the proposal. 2, the public will have the opportunity to speak on the proposal. As today's public meeting is being held electronically, members of the public wishing to speak to the item were advised to RSVP with the office of the city clerk by 9 a.m. on Monday, August 30th in order to speak. 3 members of the public have requested to speak. Members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence, and those items received have been added to Council's SugarSync folder. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. Number 3, the agents, Greg Hind and Matthew Schmid, will speak. Number 4, staff will respond to any questions. And then number 5, the public meeting will be closed. So I will now call upon Planner Evan Och to present the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment regarding 18 and 20 Moote Street. And I will just apologize right now if I butchered your last name, Evan. And I believe you are muted.
It'll be a mistake. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cisco. We've known each other for a while, and you did okay with my name. So, all right. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to the public meeting presentation for the applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 18 and 20 Moote Street. My name is Evan Och, Planner 1 with the City of St. Catharines. I've been working with this file since it was first submitted in December 2020. And for councillors that I haven't had a chance to meet yet, I've been with the city for just over 2 years, and I've somehow avoided having to make a public presentation to council. Next slide, please, Evan. Purpose of this application for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is to permit 6 dwelling units on the combined site or combined lots of 18 and 20 Moote Street, including 5 new apartment dwellings in the existing industrial building at 20 Moote Street, and the existing detached dwelling at 18 Moote Street will continue to serve as 1 dwelling unit. Next slide. The subject property is located on the south side of Moote Street, just west of Vine Street and south of Carlton Street. Next slide. So we have some photos of the existing structures and the surrounding. So this is the existing detached dwelling at 18 Moote Street. And the detached dwelling is about 73.1 square meters in area. This slide is the existing industrial building at 20 Moote Street. Dates from the early 1940s and is about 451.7 square meters in size. Next slide. So to the north of the subject lands are residential dwellings fronting onto Moote Street. So we have a view of the west and eastern sides of the northern stretch of Moote Street. Next slide. To the east of the subject lands are residential dwellings that front onto Vine Street, with the corner lot on the corner of Vine and Moote having a detached garage, which is immediately adjacent to 20 Moote. So there's 3 dwellings to the east. Next slide. To the south of the subject lands is a residential dwelling fronting onto Vine Street. It's a long, deep lot, so the 18 and 20 Moote Street will back entirely onto this one property. And then next slide. And so then to the west of the subject lands are residential dwellings that front onto Moote Street. Next slide. Okay, so the proposed dwelling, or so the proposed plan makes use of the existing buildings without any proposed additions. That being said, there is a proposed peak roof that will be added to what is currently a flat roof on top of 20 Moote Street. So the yellow area is the proposed 3 parking spaces, which includes the required 1 accessible space. The blue area is the existing detached dwelling at 18 Moote Street that will continue to serve as 1 dwelling unit. And then the red area is the existing industrial building that will include 5 new apartments and a laundry utility storage area in addition. Next slide. Okay, the next slides are a summary of the recommendation report for these applications. So for greater detail, I would refer viewers to review the report in its entirety. So staff has reviewed this application against the provincial policy statement and the growth plan and found that the applications are in keeping with provincial policy. Next slide. So staff has similarly reviewed the application against the Niagara Region official plan and found that the applications are in keeping with regional policy. Next slide. Now we're moving into the city's official plan. So the subject lands are presently designated neighborhood residential on Schedule D1 of the Garden City Plan, and there is no proposed change to this schedule or designation. Next slide. The subject lands are presently designated low-density residential on Schedule E3 of the Garden City Plan. This is proposed to change. Next slide. So the low-density residential designation is proposed to change to medium-density residential, representing a density of about 68 units per hectare on site. And a special policy will be added to the North District plan of the official plan to limit the number of dwellings on the combined site to 6. Next slide. So staff reviewed the application against section 16.1 of the Garden City Plan, and that's the principal policies for evaluating official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, and found that the applications meet city policy. Next slide. Into the zoning designations, the existing lands are presently zoned low-density residential suburban neighborhood, which is R1, in zoning bylaw 2013-283. And that is proposed to change to, in the next slide, through the zoning bylaw amendment, the zoning is proposed to change to medium density residential with a special provision 163. So the designation will be R3-163. Next slide. So special provision 163 will grant special zoning regulations to the property. The proposed reduced setbacks will match the existing setbacks for the industrial building at 20 Moote Street. The height of the building is limited to 4.5 meters, so 1 story. The number of dwelling units on the site is once again capped at 6, and a minimum number of parking spaces of 3 is provided. Next slide. I just want to explore the reduced setbacks a little. So the yellow area is the reduced minimum front yard, or actually, sorry, the minimum front yard will be set at 8.1 meters, not a reduction. The red area is the minimum easterly side yard setback. That is being reduced to 0.15 meters. It would traditionally be half the height of the building. And the green area is the minimum rear yard, which is 0.27 meters. Minimum westerly side yard setback is proposed or reduced to 0.32 meters. Again, all of those reduced rear and side yard setbacks are representing, and the front yard setback are representing the existing setbacks. So the building is being locked to its current size. The minimum lot frontage of 20 meters is representing the width of the lot at about the front lot line. And the minimum lot area for the combined site will be 880 square meters, which is representative of the 2 sites merged together. Next slide. The application was circulated to all appropriate departments and agencies, and no objections were received. Should the proposal proceed to the site plan stage, the city will be taking a 0.762 meter road widening dedication across the front of both of the subject properties. And privacy fencing and screening will be required at a minimum where appropriate on site. Next slide. So public open house was held on March 25th, 2021. 5 members of the public attended and participated, and written submissions were received from 10 individuals. And those written submissions were included in what was circulated to council today. Next slide. The general theme of the questions and concerns raised at the public open house and in the comments submitted at that time related to parking, traffic, site layout, and tenancy or affordability of the units. So staff, just to speak to a few of these, staff evaluated the requested reduction for parking against relevant policies in the Garden City Plan, and that includes section 5.4, which speaks specifically to reduction in parking, and found that the requested parking reductions is in keeping with city policies. Regarding traffic impact and traffic levels on Moote Street, the city's Transportation Services Division reviewed the applications, provided comments, and gave no objections to the proposal. And the agent's presentation, which will be held later tonight, will give further details on site layout and design, as well as tenancy and the affordability aspects of the application. And next slide. So staff's recommendation is that council approve our recommendation and that the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments be approved as they are consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform to and do not conflict with the growth plan and regional official plan. And that concludes my my presentation.
All right, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cisco. Through the chair, a question to the planner here is: with this site, would an environmental assessment be required for any of the before any of the building or development do happen on the site?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, in response, a record of site condition will be required before a building permit can be issued to convert the existing industrial building to residential. And that said, a phase 1 environmental impact assessment was completed, or sorry, environmental site analysis was completed, and a record of site condition deeming the site clear for residential development was filed with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and is available for public to review. It was submitted with the application.
Okay, thank you for that information. I did receive some concerned residents who do live on the street, and Councillor Sorrento would have received probably the similar phone calls and concerns about anything on the street. And one of the big things about Moote Street is parking on Moote Street. The question I do have is, I understand this development is going to be focused on those living with mobility issues. So their main means of transportation would be using paratransit, or whether it be also the electric chair scooter. Is there something that we can do from the city side of things to ensure that residents who do live on Moote Street would be able to either get a parking pass so that they do have a parking spot in front of their homes? Is this something that the city staff have looked at?
So I would refer that to, Tammy or Margaret, if you can address which department would be more appropriate to handle that request.
Absolutely. Through the chair to the councillor, all streets are public streets, and we don't issue reserved parking spots in front of individuals' houses. It could be for people who live on that street or are visiting that street. That being said, we have done parking permit systems in the past for certain streets throughout the community, and that would be a question better directed towards transportation services in EFES.
Okay, thank you for that. My concern, I'm not in favor of the reserve parking. It would be more of like a parking permit so that people would be, who do live on the street, for instance, can have a parking permit to park anywhere on that street. I think one of the issues that they do have right now on Moote Street is that there are some offices there where when they have the customers do come, they take up the majority of the parking on Moote Street. I will say, I have examined this project a lot over the last few months. Thank you to city staff for the hard work that they have done on this. It seems like it is a very reasonable type of development. We're looking right now in the city for affordable housing. This is a type of affordable housing for individuals who are in need of a place to live, those with mobility issues. And you've done a great job bringing that forward. I guess the parking issue has, been one of the biggest concerns with this project. But again, we need to highlight the fact that with this project, the people who are going to be living in these units are those who will most likely not have a car. Is that the correct assumption with this development?
Through the chair to in response to Councillor Townsend's question. So I reviewed the application from the perspective of do you actually need a car to reside in this building, and found that within 1.5 kilometers maximum radius of the site, you have the Lincoln Mall, the Lincoln Mall is included, but you also have the Lincoln Value Center, you have the Grantham Plaza, you have the Fairview Mall, there's the city's pool and library branch, there's the Dunlop Drive Senior Citizen Center, there are shops on Facer Street, there's the little plaza at the corner of Carlton and Vine. I could go on. There's a lot of services, whether they be institutional services or shops and commercial services within a 1.5 kilometer radius. There's numerous bus routes that serve the area. There's the city's, the GO Transit stop at the Fairview Mall is also in that 1.5 kilometer radius. So it's a neighborhood that could easily get away without daily use or daily access to a car at this site.
Thank you for that. And I'll just finish off with this. I think it's important for us to recognize that the group who is building this development is a group that specializes in providing homes to those with mobility issues. So you will see, in these units, people who will be reliant on paratransit, who have mobility issues. So they don't focus on necessarily people who are just looking to move in, and it's a specialized type of development that they're looking to build. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'll let the applicants, the agents, speak a little bit more to that. But in staff's review of the application, for instance, the floor plans are demonstrating that all 5 units in the existing industrial building will be accessible. They have details that they can speak more to about how access and egress from these units will be accessible. So it is truly specialized housing with mobility and access or accessibility design at the forefront.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Garcia, followed by Councillor Williamson.
Sorry, can I just have a procedural question, if you don't mind, Acting Mayor. Typically, we've in the past, and I don't know if the sequence has changed here, maybe through you to the clerk, we hear from local residents and the applicant, and then usually from councillors.
And that is very likely the case, but I hadn't gotten a note, so I just assumed I was doing things properly. So I'll look to the clerk. Clerk, would you like me to ask everybody to hold their questions until we get through everything?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I was just about to hit the send button when Councillor Williamson said that, to say that you may want to ask people to hold their questions till the end.
Wonderful.
Of all the presentations.
I will ask everybody to hold their questions until the end, and I will thank Councillor Williamson, my senior and definitely wiser colleague in this particular procedural area. I appreciate it. So we will then move on. And thank you, Mr. Ott, for the presentation. I'll now call on Linda Miller to make a delegation.
Hello?
We
Hello?
can hear you. Yep, go ahead, ma'am.
You can hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. I would like to first mention that I was listening to you discussing the fact that people with mobility issues don't usually have vehicles. Well, that is not true. I know that for personal reasons that there are many people with mobility issues that have vehicles. In fact, they're usually larger vehicles that have lifts for them to lift their wheelchair or their scooter into the back of their van. My father had one of those years ago, and my mother still lives in a seniors apartment building in St. Catharines. She lives on her own, and there's many people in that building that have mobility issues, and they all drive. In fact, they have a full parking lot, and they don't have enough parking spaces for all of their tenants. So I strongly disagree with that point right there. But I'd like to go on and say that I am a resident and homeowner at 15 Moote Street in St. Catharines, and I am opposed to the rezoning of 18 and 20 Moote Street from R1 low density to R3 medium density. In addition to the request for rezoning, the applicant is asking for special provision to address site-specific matters such as reduced lot frontage, lot area, parking, and building setbacks. The Garden City Official Plan, I think it's Part D, Land Use Policies, 8.2, Neighborhood Residential. In the general policies, it states that new, medium, or high-density development sites should be located adjacent to or in close proximity to existing medium or high-density residential sites. As well, it appears from the proposed site plan that the garbage cans and recycle bins will be situated on the boulevard. All of the above mentioned strongly suggests to me that their proposal of building an apartment building is not suitable use for the lands. I would like to outline the current dynamics of Moote Street and explain that many reasons for proposal, if accepted, would negatively impact safety to the residents and cause additional parking problems to an already huge problem. Over the past 4 months, when all the parking spaces are occupied, residents and staff from 45 and 243 Vine Street have been parking in front of 20 Moote Street. Well, these parking spots, these 3 spots will no longer be available for them. There are 19 houses on Moote Street, including 18 Moote, and there are basement apartments in front of in some of the houses, which increases density and decreases parking availability. The driveways for the houses on the northeast and southeast corners of Rolls Avenue are on Moote Street. The driveways with garages for 245 and 243 Vine Street are also on Moote Street. The driveway in each case is not adequate for parking. They use Moote Street to park because there is no parking on Vine Street. In addition, 243 Vine Street is occupied by a business and uses Moote Street for staff and client parking. Moote Street is a short residential street that runs between Vine Street and Rolls Avenue, south of Carleton. 18 and 20 Moote Street is on the south side and the east end of Moote Street, the Vine Street end. The stretch of Vine Street south of Carleton does not allow parking, as it is a very narrow stretch of Vine Street and the sidewalk on both sides are right at the road with no boulevard separating them. Understandably, many residents on Vine Street use Moote Street for parking as they have no other options. The parking on Moote Street is on the north side of the street. 10 spots are used for parking, and it is not unusual for cars to be parked in the no parking zone at each end of the street. I believe that 10 spots is more than what the city has designated as legal parking spaces. Moote Street is a very narrow street with narrow boulevards between the road and the sidewalks. With parking on one side of the street, it means there is only one lane for traffic. Moote Street is also a throughway for traffic, often speeding from Rolls Avenue to Vine Street and Vine Street to Rolls Avenue. This is a shortcut to avoid the traffic lights at Carleton and Vine Street. This increases traffic on Moote Street, which includes residential traffic, construction vehicles, contract vehicles, moving trucks, garbage trucks, and delivery vehicles. Delivery vehicles and visitors often pull up on the south side boulevard as there is nowhere for them to park. perhaps speed bumps could be installed on our street to slow down the traffic. Also, very concerning to me and should be considered in the decision process is there are 6 families that I'm aware of with young children living on Moote Street. A school bus goes along Moote Street, and there are children that walk from Rolls Avenue neighborhood along Moote Street to catch a school bus on the corner of Vine and Moote. There is a lot of pedestrian traffic along Moote Street, such as people walking with baby strollers and walking their dogs, riding their bikes, and elderly people on scooters. The children are often playing with sidewalk chalk, riding their bikes. Often, some of them are often just learning to ride. And we all know that vehicle traffic and children do not mix. And with all the people parked on the road, it just takes one ball to be roll out onto the road and a child follow it, and then it would be a disaster. I would also like to mention that, if it is approved to go ahead with this, that we will be having 5 more residential, 5 more residents living on Moote Street. And these 5 residents will have mobility issues, and they will likely have vehicles. It is my opinion that they will all likely have vehicles. 2 parking spaces is not enough for 5 units. That is for sure. This means that 2 or 3 residents. Hello?
Yeah, if I could ask you, generally it's 5 minutes for our presentation. So if you could just summary comments, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to point out about the parking and with more people needing parking spots, and with people, if they do have cars and they're parked on the street, if they don't go out every day, their vehicles could be parked in the same place for a week on end. It's just going to cause a lot more problems for parking. That's the big issue, and of course safety.
Okay.
With the traffic and everything that goes back. Okay.
Yeah, and now I'm just going to ask if any councillors have any questions for you. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a concern about the 5 parking spots, or 6 parking spots. That's 0.5 parking spots per unit, 3 parking spots for 6 units. So that's 0.5 parking spots per unit. Do we have that anywhere else in the city? And the concern I have is that 3 spots may not be sufficient for visitors and for PSWs.
So, Councillor, I'm going to ask you to hold that question because I don't know. That's not a question to the presenter,
right.
To the delegate. If we can hold that for questions for staff at the end.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Councillor Townsend, questions for the presenter?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Miller, for coming in today and sharing your perspective. My question to you is there a type of development on that site that you would be in favor of? Just to get an understanding of maybe if there's a better option that you would see better fit for that location.
I have no problem with it being that maybe fewer units and more parking. I have no problem with the people with mobility issues. The problem is that they should be accommodated with proper parking. When they have mobility issues, they should have proper access. And that's the big thing. And you go to any shopping mall and they have the handicap spots are closest to the front entrance. That's to make it easier for people with mobility issues. This is not making it easier for them, it's making it harder for them. Because even if they don't have a car, they're going to have somebody picking them up. And that's going to cause even more congestion out front of which is, fairly close to the corner on a very narrow street. So I just don't think it is suitable. If they want to make it into 2 or 3 units, maybe that will be enough parking for them. But there won't be enough parking for visitors. There's not enough parking for visitors now for the residents of the city, of the street.
Okay, thank you for that. And we've had many conversations about the parking, and I do share the concerns that you do have. Would you be in favor of the earlier mentioned idea of having permit parking for residents who do live on Moote Street?
Sure. If all the people that live on Moote Street have an option of getting a permit I think that that would be fine, because part of the problem is that there's people from that live on Vine Street that are parking on Moote Street, and some of them will come and park for 4 or 5 days at a time.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your delegation.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question to the presenter through you. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's entirely possible, and I think it's quite likely that the majority of the potential new tenants may not have a car. Has that been considered? 4 or 5 of them might not have a car, so this might in fact not impact the neighborhood in any sense whatsoever. In terms of what I know that if people who are looking for apartments and who need a parking space will generally decline an apartment that might not have one, or there might be 3 parking spaces, so those get taken by 3 of the tenants, and there's 1 or 2 left over that don't have a parking space, so the people who would move in don't have a car, and that's generally what happened. Have you considered that as something that would quite likely be something that happens in this case if this gets developed?
It could happen, but I don't, from my personal experience with my parents and where they lived for a lot of years in a seniors building with many people with mobility issues, they all have vehicles. They all still want to get around. It's all come out with the accessibility of people with different issues, different handicaps. They want to get around. They want to be able to get places. It's just like anybody. And if they can still drive, they're going to want a vehicle. Like my father had a scooter, and he had a lift put in that you could actually lift the scooter into the back of the van. I mean, that's the type of thing that people are using these days. If they do have 5 tenants that have no parking, there's still going to be people picking them up. And there's going to be a lot of wheels, trans, and so forth, which is fine. But this is a very narrow street. And with parking, there's only 1 lane of traffic. It's because there's always cars parked along the street. And there's just really only 1 lane. If you're going along, if I'm trying to get towards Rose Avenue, and there's a car coming, I have to pull over to wherever there's an opening, because and sometimes there isn't an opening. So somebody's got to back up and wait for you to get through. There is always congestion on this street because we're not Geneva Street. We're not like Carlton Street or even Russell, where 2 lanes of traffic can still go by when there is cars parked. We are just too narrow a street for that. So I think that there's always going to be congestion if they don't have enough parking for people.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your delegation and your comments this evening.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I'll now call upon Mike Welsh to make a delegation. Mr. Welsh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Can you see me? I don't know if you want to see me or not, but
we can see you and we can hear you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. To Deputy Mayor, councilors, staff, thank you for giving me the chance to speak to this application. Mrs. Miller's taken much of my thunder away. I think her points made were very good. I do not believe that this official plan amendment should go through for the Rolls or Moote area. I live, by the way, at 64 Rolls. I'm at the corner of Rolls and Moote. I agree with most of the points Mrs. Miller has said. I turn my head to section 16 of the official plan, and there's a series of tests there that if there's an official plan amendment should go through or not. And I think 16.14, 16.15 and 0.18, they're tests that this application doesn't apply. Compatibility of the proposal with the adjacent land, I don't think it's compatible. Will this development cause instability? I think you just heard from Ms. Miller. It certainly will cause instability. And would approval of the amendment establish an undesirable precedent? Well, I can tell you there's some people I'm talking to on Rolls who are landlords that will also be looking to official plan amendments, R3s, to even have more development like this. And I don't think it's the proper way to go. As far as the parking goes, as a former chair of the Committee of Adjustment in Niagara on the Lake, they're supposed to have 8 spots and they're looking for 3. And let's not forget, one of the 3 spots will be for the person who's supposed to be working there. One will be a handicap. So there's 1 spot we're talking about, 1 car spot. That's totally inadequate. Would never pass any Committee of Adjustment, I don't think. So that's unfortunately for Mr. Axe, I can't believe that he would say there's going to be adequate parking there. There's certainly not adequate parking. I don't think would be there.
Point of order, Chair. Just refrain from please putting staff down.
And yes, Mr. Welsh, I appreciate your concerns, but you do need to refrain from speaking.
Yeah, thanks. Sure. The other thing, at the open house, I requested a transportation feasibility study. I didn't hear that there was one done. We've heard about, we asked for an environmental assessment back then. There's supposed to be one coming. Those things should certainly happen before we grant this proposal. I'm not against the applicant proposing. He bought this as a R2 development at 18 and 20. I don't see why this can't be set back at a time that the applicant can sit down with the planning department. I think he can build something adequately as an R2 that reflects Moote Street. It may not be as many tenants as he wants, but I think it would be something that's much more compatible than the building there. That industrial building should come down, and you're going to hear from the applicant, it will cost money. Well, I didn't see anything in the official plan or the provincial plan where costs come into. I think that he, as I said, he bought that as an R2 development. It should stay R2. The neighbor should stay R2. And there's going to be plenty of buildings around Rolls and Moote Street coming up. You've got at the corner of Wood and Geneva, the old Parks and Rec, that be a perfect spot for lots of social housing. Central Gospel's moving at the corner of Geneva and Scott Street. There's going to be plenty of time for some social housing and large developments there. There may be some more developments at the St. Alfred's parking lot. So there's certainly lots of chance for adequate social housing. Unfortunately, I don't think changing this to an R3 is the way to go anyways. And I repeat a lot of what Ms. Miller said. So certainly though, the parking is, it's really 1 spot that they'll be parking, and that is certainly inadequate. I'm at 64 Rolls, I'm an R1, I've got 3 parking spaces. And I also, for my handicapped sister, have PSWs coming every day, and Moote Street is a very small street. So anyways, I've said enough, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Just a reminder to council that when we are discussing, we are dealing with the planning issues and the zoning issues specifically. And so when we're discussing this, we're keeping our questions confined to the planning and the zoning issues. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Welsh, for your presentation today. I just to ask the same question that I did ask Mrs. Miller, would you be opposed to having type of permit parking for Rolls Avenue and Moote Street? I mean, you have 3 parking spaces. That's a rare find in that area.
No, it's not. Maybe you haven't been down Rolls Avenue. A lot of the landlords have made extra parking. Most of the houses on Rolls have 3-4 spots. Now you want to put this unit in, we'll have 1 spot, not 3, 1 spot, because 1 will be handicapped and 1's for the person that's going to run that building. That's what the developer said. So, and I don't know how you make permit parking work. It's just not an adequate spot for a development like this on Moote Street or Rolls Avenue. And I've indicated there's other spots close by where you can do the social housing. Now, I'm not opposed to him sitting down with the town, again, the planning department, on an R2. He can build a nice home there. You can divide it up like the holes on roads with 3 or 4 units. You can put people in there. But this is not compatible with this particular neighborhood. So that's why I'm opposed to it.
So through you, Chair, to Mr. Welsh, if they were to build, say, 2 houses, because I believe it's zoned for 2 homes that could potentially be built on the site, would you disagree then that even if you put 2 houses on site, sorry, if you put two houses on the site, it would be okay for parking with two houses?
They'd have to come back with the proposal. They have to have proper parking. R2s, I believe it's 2 spots or 1 spot. Everyone else on Moote and Rolls has proper, or for the most part, has proper parking. So we'd have to see what the proposal would be. But you need to take that industrial building down. It's an eyesore. And I think he can come back sitting down with the planning department in the town to come up with an adequate building under an R2, and you don't have to have an official plan amendment or a zoning change.
Okay.
The other thing I'm concerned about, which I just reading my notes is, and I know there may be something, we don't know, this applicant could, once you grant him the R3, he can go up. If you remember what it's always said, we can't grow out, but we can grow up. So the other concern I have is he's already calling this apartments. Is he going to go up? Is he going to add a 2nd floor, a 3rd floor, a 4th floor? Now you're shaking your head. Anything's possible, even though you might put in the town thing that he can't go up. We've all seen that happen before. It's true. So that's another concern. He sells his place and it could be 3, 4, 5 units. That's completely incompatible with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Welsh, for your delegation this evening.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right, I'm just looking to the clerk. Is our final delegate, Maggie Hobbs, in the room or no?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. No, she is not.
Okay, so then we will move on and I will call on Greg Hind, planner for urban environments, and Matthew Schmid, architect for Matthew Schmid Architecture Inc. to present.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. My name is Greg Hind. I've been a professional planner in the Niagara region in the province of Ontario for a long time. With me this evening is Matt Schmidt, architect, and Cam and Michael Mofeed. We are all in one room, properly masked, double vaccinated, and only the speaker will unmask. We do support the recommendations of the planning report before you this evening. But I would like to spend some time talking about the Mofeed family, because there's certainly a tie-in with the issues that have been represented before you by the public. And it may provide council with a little more confidence in the ability to make this work. The Mofeed family has been in the business of providing affordable housing in Niagara for 39 years. They repurpose older buildings. They do new buildings, all affordable related. They repurpose commercial and industrial buildings, all for affordable housing. They've been recognized by municipal, provincial, and federal governments for the efforts in regards to affordable housing in the Niagara region and beautification of town and city streets. One of the most important awards in their estimation was presented by the St. Catharines and Thorold Chamber of Commerce for providing secure and safe housing in that market area. I mention these awards because it does address certain issues that have flowed through the planning report and through the comments by the public at the public open house. They know how to manage a site. They know how to manage a parking reduction. They know how to manage affordable housing and how it can best be controlled to keep it affordable. They're certainly aware of government grants. That has been mentioned in the report. They have never taken advantage of one government grant in 39 years. they've done this all on their own. But having said that, they work with all those government agencies in placing residents in these affordable housing units. Some of the issues that we highlighted in our planning justification report, and certainly were analyzed thoroughly by your planning staff. I'm not going to repeat an awful lot which has been said, but the public seems to be missing that the R2 zoning is almost a sidebar to this. It is a legal non-conforming use. It has been a legal non-conforming use as established since 1937 was the first water line that went into it. It was a machine shop for the war effort. It assembled irrigation parts, and it's been used for warehousing. Mr. Moote, since his purchase of it, has used it in a very benign way for warehousing. That may have kept the residents happy because it was used in a very benign way for an industrial building. That may not always be the case. There have been many court cases in regards to the evolution, expansion of legal non-conforming uses in an existing industrial building. And just because they may have only limited number of parking and limited number of traffic going in and out of this site today, that's not to say what an industrial building will generate in the future. It's a tenet of sound land use planning, and a very important tenet to encourage the removal of these legal non-conforming uses, especially on residential zones, especially in residential neighborhoods, and to replace them with conforming uses and conforming legislation. The application before you is removing this legal non-conforming use, which in my opinion, and I've seen several of these in neighborhoods, is destabilizing to that neighborhood. And it's not always the industrial use or the use that's legal non-conforming. It's the uncertainty that it creates on what that site is to become in the future.
Mr. Hind,
Yes?
can I actually ask you, a couple of counselors have indicated they're having difficulty hearing you. Would you be able to move the microphone maybe a little bit closer? I'm not sure if maybe that's the issue.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Better?
I'm seeing nods from some of the counselors. Yes, that's
Okay,
wonderful.
okay.
Thank you.
I'll just repeat that I think the R2 zone is sort of a sidebar. And this property is being used and has been used for industrial purposes. It's a legal non-conforming use. It's been used that way since 1939, 1940. And it's certainly a tenet of land use planning, and I'm sure it is at the City of St. Catharines, that we encourage the removal of these legal non-conforming uses. We replace them with conforming uses and conforming legislation. And if they continue, these legal non-conforming uses could destabilize a neighborhood, will destabilize a neighborhood. And it's not always necessary that the use that does that. It's the uncertainty of what's going to become of that property. So that's a factor in the destabilization of sound neighborhood planning. The application before you will stabilize this neighborhood by providing residential and utilize the same footprint that we have today on a site and design the front yard streetscape or the front streetscape on Moote Street to appear like a single detached residential. And the architect will speak further to that, but we're going to have a pitched roof. We're going to have the same spacing between buildings, which creates the rhythm of that street. We're going to have the exact same spacing and increased landscaping. As far as the planning policy context, the provincial policies speak specifically to intensification and what that means. Part of what they speak to is utilizing legal non-conforming use buildings and repurposing them to a better use that will fit in with the neighborhood. The provincial policy statement talks about that by providing a choice of housing. The growth plan makes mention of providing a variety of housing, a diverse range of housing for all income groups, for all diverse populations, and also talks about improving the compatibility of neighborhoods through good urban design. The regional policy plan promotes public and private sector housing development to serve a variety of income groups and disadvantaged people. We are making this building, these 5 residential units, available at an affordable rate. The range of the residential units, which hasn't been touched upon yet, is between 587 square feet to 728 square feet. The rental rate will be between $850 and $1,000. I did a quick review of CMHC and how it applies to St. Catharines and found some of the residential buildings. Their 1-bedrooms are going between $1,250 and $1,750 in the city of St. Catharines, if you can get one. The Garden City Plan 16.1 provides a filter for applications like this. They want to make sure that the development is compact, that it's innovative, and forces us to take a look at an industrial building like this through innovative design to make it work, to make it blend in. It asks us to make sure that we're using public infrastructure, that it's there, that it's available, that we're not overtaxing the neighborhood. And in this instance, we're not. The infrastructure exists, so we're in walking distance of public transit, support commercial institutional facilities, including doctors' offices, pharmacies, restaurants, churches, parks. All of this is within walking distance of this site. And you say, well, maybe they can't take advantage of it because they're disabled. Well, disabled in this situation, it means you might not be able to drive a car, but you can certainly walk down to public transit, and you can certainly walk to a park, and you can certainly walk to these other facilities. The Garden City Plan asks us to remove conflicting land uses, and we're certainly doing that here. The design blends in with the neighborhood, and Matt Schmidt will emphasize that. The repurposing of this building is innovative, sustainable, and certainly neighborhood sensitive. It doesn't dominate the neighborhood, as many of the infill projects do, especially the ones that I've handled in the past. If you take a look at most infill projects, new infill projects, they dominate the neighborhood. They're basically out of scale because they have to fit in a fairly scalable building or a fairly large building on a small lot. We're not doing that here. You won't even notice what the land use will be. It's good. It's a good planning philosophy that if you can discipline the site, you won't have to worry too much with the uses that go inside the building. As I said, the Garden City Plan supports this. The application is supported by all government documents, but more importantly, can be integrated into the existing neighborhood with a positive impact and not a negative impact. How are we going to achieve this? Well, I'll turn this over to Matt Schmidt, the architect, who will address the design elements and how it's to be incorporated into the existing neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and members of council and staff and the members of the public in attendance. My name's Matthew Schmidt and I'm an architect based in Niagara. And I just wanted to go through the project in just a little bit more detail, just to kind of communicate our aspirations for the project. This project is an excellent example of striving for greater sustainability in the built environment through the adaptive reuse of our existing buildings. It contributes to the affordable housing stock and also diversifies the type of housing in the neighborhood, and also addresses a growing need for accessible rental units in the city. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the basic idea is to convert the existing industrial building into 5 units with a shared service space towards the back. And we won't be adding any new area to the building or additional floors to the area. There'll be 1 apartment that faces onto Moote Street, and 18 Moote Street will remain as a single family residence and house the manager for the property. Next slide, please. This is just an illustration of the existing flat roof industrial building. One nice feature of the existing building is that it does have a rather modest presence on Moote Street, being only 1 story and about 30 feet wide. In terms of scale, it fits in quite well with the houses on the neighborhood, considering its 5,000 square foot footprint. It's pretty interesting that it has such a small face at the street. Next slide, please. What we would like to do is to change its use and also improve its appearance so that it blends in with the neighborhood and makes a positive contribution to the street. And there's a number of things that we want to do to achieve that. The first is by adding a pitched roof over the existing flat roof so that it matches the other buildings on the street. Next slide, please. And we'll also improve the facade by adding new windows, an entry door, new stucco over the existing brick, and by adding a covered porch to the unit that fronts onto Moote. And at a glance, you wouldn't know that it wasn't a single family residence. Next slide, please. This demonstrates the basic layout of the building with 4 of the 5 units fronting onto a garden located behind 18 Moote Street, and the unit in green fronting onto Moote Street. And there's also in yellow is the service space at the rear of the building. Next slide, please. This is just another plan view showing the layouts of the units themselves. You can see that all the apartments are pretty similar. They each consist of an open concept kitchen, living and dining room space, along with a bedroom and a washroom. Some of the units are actually large enough to accommodate 2 bedrooms, but we decided to go with only 1 bedroom units because we wanted to ensure that we would have enough space to make the units fully wheelchair accessible. The building code mandates that 15% of units in new apartment buildings need to be wheelchair accessible, but we're opting to provide 100% of the units as accessible units. Next slide, please. And just taking a closer look at a couple of the units towards the front of the building, you can see that the pathways, entrances, interior corridors, the kitchens, the bathrooms, and all the door clearances will all meet or exceed the current Ontario accessibility standards. Next slide, please. Zooming back out, we're proposing 3 parking spots for the property, 1 of which will be wheelchair accessible. Next slide. One of the major motivations for having 3 parking spots in front is to maximize the amount of green space and landscaping in the front of the buildings, and also to maintain the appearance as a single family dwelling. And the 3 spots will meet the needs for parking on the site because the management will target the leases towards individuals with mobility issues. Next slide, please. As a few people already mentioned, fortunately, Moote Street is very well situated near various amenities and bus routes, which reduces the dependence on automobiles. And within a 15-minute walking radius, you have multiple bus routes, grocery stores, and restaurants. Next slide, please. Just taking a look at the rear garden. Each unit will have its own flower bed, a covered porch, and a privacy screen. The existing brick walls will have new stucco applied to them. And the tenants will also have access to a shared outdoor space with a shared garden. The wood posts, soffits, and address panels will each be stained a different color just to give a unique touch to each unit. Next slide, please. So just to conclude, I believe this project will make a valuable contribution to the neighborhood and the city of St. Catharines. It'll bring the use of the property in line with the neighborhood and greatly improve its presence on the street. The project really embodies the tenets of sustainable design through adaptive reuse. It contributes to the affordable housing stock and also provides much needed accessible housing to the area. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We've got questions from Councillor Sorrento and then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the presenter. So just to reiterate, you are not expecting the built form to exceed the current height, with the exception of just the roof, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Should it be, through the chair to any one of the presenters, should it be the will of this council to pass this application, you do not have intentions of expanding the footprint and going up several stories? Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, that's also correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you mentioned, and Chair, to the presenter, you mentioned that the bungalow is going to be for a manager. Now, is this manager going to live there full time?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Which leads me to my next question then. Are the residents going to require a manager and require some assistance with daily living activities?
No, that's not the intention. It's more just for management of the property as a typical property manager would, or superintendent.
Okay, that one's really throwing me off because I thought maybe the manager, through you, Chair, to the presenter, I thought maybe the manager would be helping these people with disabilities. So, okay, fair enough. Are you expecting your residents to own cars, the ones that you're going to be sending applications to for this Moote Street property?
No, the target tenant is people without automobiles. And with the previous experience on projects that other projects that the owner has, they found that their tenants that do have mobility issues tend not to have vehicles.
Okay, and through you, Chair, to the presenter, and you can say that with relative certainty that they will not have own vehicles?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and Chair, a procedural question right now. Am I able to ask 2 questions of staff at this time?
Councillor, I'd ask you to hold for just a couple of minutes and then I can look to you when we're at that portion.
Thank you, Chair. Then I just have another question to the presenter. Now, with regard to parking, I see that in front of the bungalow that there is the potential for an additional parking spot. So in one of your iterations, and I don't know if this is a final iteration through you, Chair, to any of the presenters, is there the possibility that you could consider one additional parking spot in front of the bungalow, bringing it up to a total of 4 spots? And I'm not asking to mess with the drawings at this time. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, in terms of the space, we could definitely accommodate another spot. It just wasn't our immediate recommendation, just to try to keep the balance of green space and parking. But it would fit, and we would support that if it were required.
And through the chair, to Architect Smith, you were considering 6 parking spots, and the only reason you didn't go with 6 parking spots is because it would just look like too much of a concrete jungle. So you're being very considerate of the streetscape, if you will. Isn't that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I can't tell you what to do. If you sit down with staff and, you know, the owners, whatever you decide to do, I will live with. If you could get another spot in there, again, just take it under consideration. I will not direct you or staff or anybody as to what to do, but if that could possibly be done and alleviate the parking concerns that the residents have, that would be wonderful. And I have no further questions. And thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenters.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Garcia, and then Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Moote family and Schmidt family for bringing this proposal to the table. I do know the Moote family has been doing a lot of work for those who are most vulnerable and in need in our community, not just in St. Catharines, but across Niagara. So thank you for that. My question is similar along the lines to Councillor Sorrento. There is the potential to add up to 6 parking spaces. Is that something that the group is open to considering?
I think increasing it past like 1 additional spot would probably give cause for concerns in terms of safety and cars backing in and out. I think probably limiting it to 3 or 4 spots would be the best course.
Okay, thank you for that. And through the chair, organizations that your group works with, obviously you deal specifically with individuals with mobility challenges. What organizations do you directly work with? Which organizations reach out to you?
Right now, the client's working with a number of units or a number of organizations. Gateway is one of them. The YW. Is there any other ones, guys? Community Care and the Housing Help Center.
Okay, thank you for that. And currently you do have properties in other areas of Niagara. If you don't mind sharing, how many properties do you currently have? And is there a current wait list for those in need of housing with mobility issues?
There's 11 properties. And is there a way? Right. Yeah. So in terms of the wait list, my clients typically work with the agencies, and the agencies would have the wait lists. So my clients tend not to have wait lists.
So and currently through the chair, currently you have 11 properties. All of those 11 properties deal specifically with individuals with mobility issues. Is that correct?
No, they're not all. They're all affordable, but they're not all for individuals with mobility issues. This project is in response to increase in demand that we've seen for individuals with mobility issues.
Got it. And is there a guarantee that the individuals who will be, through the chair, is there a guarantee that those individuals who will be living in these 5 units will have no vehicles, and they'll be specific to relying on paratransit type of transportation?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to just remind Council, and please, if we can keep our comments and questions in this portion to just the planning issues, so that we are using our time appropriately, and we can provide further context when we get into the debate. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to to Mr. Hind, first of all. You made a comment that the downside to the neighborhood, if this weren't approved or acceptable, is that you have a grandfathered non-conforming use, and that they could end up with a use there that would be much less desirable than what they have now. Would such a change of use not require planning and city approvals?
They are legal non-conforming, operative word legal. They can operate within the confines of their building, warehouse, assembly, and a machine shop as it sits today, or manufacturing as it sits today. If they wanted to expand upon those uses or expand the site to accommodate other industrial uses, they would certainly have to go and apply for a Section 45(2) application to the Committee of Adjustment to expand those uses.
Thank you. So as it stands today, they could have manufacturing there that's not currently done.
Manufacturing, assembly, and warehousing.
Okay, thank you. And then through you, Mr. Chair, a question, I guess, to the architect who spoke to this. When you say that you are going to restrict the rentals to people with disabilities or people in that kind of context, is it legal to restrict who can lease a property like that?
Considering the type of property that we have, we encourage people.
Okay, so a couple things. Nobody can hear the response, but I'm going to jump in for a second. I don't know if this is dealing with anything related to the planning report. We're getting into issues now that I think fall outside of the purpose of the public meeting, and I'm looking to the clerk / the planner if I am correct in that. We're talking now about who is feasibly going to be renting the units, and that is not a part of the planning report. So I'm gonna ask again, Councilor Garcia. We weren't able to hear the response, but I don't think this is relevant to the conversation that we're supposed to be having with respect to the public meeting. And I'm getting nods from the planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought it was relevant because if we are going to approve something on the basis that it's going to be limited to those kinds of renters, can we actually do that? But anyway, I'll pass on that.
And to your point, Councillor, that can't enter into our discussion with respect to this issue. Who rents the? So I think your point is well made, and it's not something that we should be discussing as the context because we can't base our planning decision on the type of the individuals who may rent at some point. So your point is actually very well taken, and we can't really discuss that at this time.
Thank you.
Right. If there are no other questions for the presenters, I will say thank you for the delegation from Urban Architects and Matthew Schmid Architecture. And I will now look to staff for any summary comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do appreciate the comments that have been made by members of the community as well as the applicant, their planner and their architect this evening. I think far too often we get away and we get down into the nitty-gritty and the details when we're considering something like this. But at the heart of the issue here is we are in a housing crisis, we are in an affordability crisis, and we are looking at changing a long-standing industrial building that's in poor derelict shape into accessible low-income rental for 5 individuals who, as we heard from both the project planner on site as well as the applicants, is within a 1.5 kilometer radius of everything that individuals would need for their daily and weekly needs. Our recommendation and our analysis is in the staff report before you today. We feel that the limits set in the proposed zoning bylaw, including minimum parking of 3 spaces, which means if there is an ability to fit more on there and it would be appropriate to do so, we still have that flexibility. There is a maximum height cap in the proposed zoning bylaw, which would prevent the building from going 3, 4, 5, 6 stories up, as was suggested earlier today. Our proposal, our recommendations are in the staff report. We stand by them, and we hope that council will agree with us today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kate. Are there any questions from council to staff? I see Councillor Williamson, unless he's going to correct me on procedure again, which is entirely possible. But no, it appears he has a question to staff, so I'll let him go first.
I was just going to make some comments, but I like the report. There's only one sentence on environmental sustainability through you, acting mayor, to Director Kite. There's only one sentence on environmental sustainability implication, but it's really a significant one. Adaptive reuse of an existing build contributes to environmental sustainability by preventing demolition of a building and landfill waste generated by building materials. We have passed a climate change emergency. We have passed a climate adaptation plan. And this, I mean, I think that whole set, we could have a whole section expanded. I know that it doesn't probably fit into the planning format that we use, but I think this one is a really underrated element of what they're doing here. Not knocking down an old, that's been described as a decrepit building, but I know the history of it, and I'll tell you about the history of it in a minute. But I just wanted to make that point. And are we shortchanging what we're doing on the climate change emergency, the climate change adaptation, or is it just that we have to follow the process through you to the planner? Sorry.
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't think we're shortchanging. I think our recommendation actually strongly holds true that this is a way to adaptively reuse an existing building, not have its contents head towards a dumpster. And just like we had mentioned earlier about the possibility, yes, we could pave the entire front lawns of both of these properties for parking, but that's also contrary to council's position on a climate change emergency. What you've seen that the architect has done is try to replicate the rhythm and the design fabric of the street, and that does include front lawns. So while we may have been able to expand a little bit more on the report, I think our recommendation does hold true to supporting council's strategic position around climate change.
That was meant entirely complimentary. I may not come across that way, but that was the way it was intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Sorrento, followed by Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Chair. And my question will be to Planner Axe. I hope I pronounced his last name properly. So there was concern about the street being too narrow. So I believe you mentioned something that the entire street sir, is going to be widened by about 0.76 meters. Is that correct?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Sorrento, the city's official plan has policies in place where we through various applications, we seek to obtain gratuitously property for future widening of the right-of-way. So that could be everything from utilities to sidewalk to even widening of the street. And this is so that in the long run, the city doesn't have to expropriate and pay market value for the land that we are taking. So in this instance, we are taking the number you said, 0.762 meters, but there is no immediate plan to widen Moote Street at this point.
Okay, great. And thank you. And I just have one more question through you, Chair Cisco, to, again, Planner Axe. Now, there was concern, there was a concern that was mentioned that there weren't enough parking spots and that this hasn't existed before. But in fact, in the report, I think the report cites several examples where the parking ratio is less than 1.25 parking spots per dwelling unit. Isn't that correct?
Again, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Sorrento, that is correct. On page 15 of the report, or 96 of the agenda package, near the bottom paragraph, there is several examples cited. Some of these predate our current parking regulations, but they are still sites that are deficient by our current standards, but still function to the best of my knowledge.
Very good, thank you. And Chair, should it be your will at the appropriate time, I'll be pleased to move this. So I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Kushner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any other developments that are as deficient in parking as this proposal is requesting?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Kushner. The report in my report I looked primarily at similarly or primarily affordable housing developments or developments that strive towards affordability. So I didn't do an exhaustive search of all properties in the city. That said, I know through Committee of Adjustment, a 0.5 parking reduction for smaller developments is something that is granted from time to time. That said, in my report, there is actually a property 14 Center Street in downtown St. Catharines, owned by Niagara Regional Housing, has 132 dwelling units and 22 parking spaces, 22. And that is a ratio of 0.17 spaces per unit.
And have we had any problems with that site? We had any complaints from the neighborhood?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the best of my knowledge, we have not. There is, it's similar to the subject lands in that it's proximal to alternative forms of transportation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Miller.
Thanks, through you, Deputy Mayor, to planning staff. Just with regards to the idea of the streetscape sort of verse adding an additional parking spot, and now obviously additionally the environmental, how does planning weigh up those different concerns or those different options? And then I guess sub question, was there public feedback on those things? Just because, I note that adding the extra parking spot might take away a little bit from environmental sustainability and also might take away a little bit from the streetscape.
Through the chair to the councillor, in a circumstance like this where you add additional parking spaces directly off to be accessed off the site, and with the shorter frontages that you have there, you're basically creating a parking lot that is accessed directly from the street. If we were to have 4 parking spots all in a row in that area, what it also does is it reduces curb parking as well. So we may be able to accommodate 1 extra parking spot on the private property, but we're contributing to a loss of an on-street parking spot, which has more flexibility in terms of users. When we're looking at it from a streetscape perspective, character was one of the things that we always look at. The architect did go to great lengths here to mirror and complementary design the site so that there are similar attributes to other buildings along the property. So in this case, we have said through the zoning that we would accept, and that the analysis shows that we could support a minimum parking standard of 3 spaces for the 6 units. If there's something else that we can look at in terms of design, we certainly will, but at this time we can support a minimum of 3.
Okay, and did through your Deputy Mayor, Chair, whatever, Mr. Cisco, to planning staff, did the public bring up at the open house either the streetscape or curb appeal, whatever you want to call it, or how it fits with the neighborhood fit, or potential environmental concerns?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Miller, if I can just expand on, before I answer that question, just expand on the answer to the previous one. Right now, the site as designed meets the minimum landscaped open space provision of the zoning bylaw for this type of development, which is 35%. Adding an additional parking space will require an additional special provision to the zoning bylaw amendment to reduce the minimum landscaped open space to for around number 33%. So just bear that in mind. If you do pursue adding a parking space, it will be at the expense of landscaped open space. In terms of community feedback at the public open house and comments that were received, there, to my recollection, there were no comments necessarily either challenging or praising the streetscaping and the landscaped area at the front of the dwelling. And I guess the comments challenging the landscaped open space would be the people that are requesting additional parking on site.
Okay, and I guess just last question, and I'll try to, I guess, to planning staff. The street is short. You know, we've heard about the narrowness. I understand the ability to expand a little bit, but obviously street parking eats into that a lot. Generally speaking, and I suppose also specific to the site, what are the considerations? Do we take into any special consideration with regards to planning, not necessarily transportation traffic, when streets are shorter or narrower like this?
Through the chair to the councillor, planning staff always consider neighborhood context, and that includes the street, the topology of the buildings in the area, how the street is used. For instance, we've heard tonight that while on-street parking is a challenge, we also know that on-street parking also contributes to slowing down traffic. So there are yins and yangs, there are balances here. But yes, we do take those things into consideration, which is why when we had put together our recommendations supporting a minimum of 3 parking spots, it was because we knew that if we added a 4th, that it would have other detrimental effects, including losing an on-street parking spot and removing some of the landscaping at the front of the buildings.
Okay, and in terms of changing the zoning designation, does it matter whether, like, if this was on a longer, this exact site was on a longer street, would that be a bigger consideration, or more of a consideration at all?
It would still be considered in any other context.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to planning. One of the concerns that was asked by one of the residents was about the zoning change. So right now it's R1, I believe, and it's going to be going to the R2 with some specifications there. And is it geared just to this development, like the way it sits now? Are there stipulations like this is we're going to change it because we're going to allow this development? Or if we change this, could they change the development moving forward and put something else on there? Or is it like every time the site's looked at it, then we look at the zoning?
Through the chair to the councillor, the recommended site-specific zoning bylaw in front of you this evening is very much tailored to the proposal before you this evening, including the setbacks are to the existing built form and providing a maximum height that will keep the building at a single story plus a pitched roof, and addressing some of the other long-standing zoning deficiencies. So yes, the proposed zoning bylaw that's before council tonight for consideration is very much shrink wrapping, if you will, the existing scenario on the site as well as the proposed development.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. Are there any other questions, Councillor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, a quick question to the Director of Planning. In terms of precedent, when I look at the area and the appendices that you have, that site is completely surrounded by R1 properties, not only on Moote Street, but all around, way out to Vine and Rolls and everything else. Do we have any precedents where we have put in an R3 zoning as we're proposing in the middle of a strictly R1 neighborhood?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm not immediately aware of any other scenarios in which we have an R3 surrounded by R1. That being said, this property, as has been pointed out, has had a different non-conforming aspect to it since the late 1930s, which is what makes it a little bit more unique than others. So this is not a typical mid-block. This is not a it's not a mid-block on a street of absolute uniformity where one address has chosen to do this. The site that we're looking at today already had a different context in history that we were able to assess the proposal against the policies of the official plan.
Sorry, thank you for that. And to your height limit, if at any time in the future the owners wanted to change that, they would have to come to you for a zoning bylaw amendment that would go before council again, right?
Through the chair to the councillor, should the developers, should the owners present or future opt for a change in height that goes beyond the maximum height attributed in the zoning bylaw this evening, they would have to seek either a minor variance process or a zoning amendment process, which are both public in nature.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Garcia.
Deputy Mayor Cisco, if I can just add to Councilor, or sorry, to Director Kate's last comment. There's also a unit cap of 6 units proposed in both the zoning bylaw amendment and the official plan amendment. So should a future or current owner look to add additional units on a second, third, fourth, however many stories, there would have to be an official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment to accompany such a request.
Excellent. Appreciate the additional information. Now, seeing no other comments, I call the meeting to order. Our council is called to order. I was told very specifically that I had to bang the gavel. We have a motion that council close the public meeting respecting amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283 regarding 18 and 20 Moote Street. Can I have a mover to close the public meeting? Councillor Townsend, and a seconder to close the public meeting, Councillor Miller. All those in favor? Show of hands. Wonderful, that's carried. And then I believe I have Councillor Sorrento to move the recommendation and Councillor Townsend to second the recommendation.
Shall do, confirm, Chair.
Excellent. And I saw Councillor Townsend's hand, and so that is good. So the recommendation is on the screen. Councillor Townsend, did you have comments?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair, Deputy Mayor Cisco. My question is, I would like to add an amendment into this, the motion that is on the table, and it would be to direct staff to investigate or implement a permit parking structure on the street. The reason being is because a lot of residents on Moote Street complain about the fact that they have no parking spaces available because of nearby businesses who use that street for staff to park on. So I'm wondering if that is something that we can add, and I would like to add that in to investigate or even implement, I think would be the better word to use, to have permit parking for those residents living specifically on Moote Street.
So I'm going to look to the clerk if it is appropriate to add this in here or if this should be a separate request later on in the meeting.
Chair, point of order, sorry, but are you not supposed to ask the mover if that's going to be considered friendly or no? Just a question.
I will once I know whether it's appropriate to be a part of this motion or not, as this is a planning motion. I'm looking for some guidance from the city clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, I believe I would like to ask Director Kate if that's an appropriate amendment or if this should be separated.
Through the chair to the clerk, in my opinion, this is a staff direction and should likely be separated from this and moved to a different point in the agenda for EFES to investigate the potential and viability of a permit parking system on Moote Street.
Okay, so Councillor Townsend, I'm going to ask that we move that to later in the meeting.
Even so, through you, Chair, report request would be fine at that point.
Okay, and we will move that as a report request later on in the meeting then this evening.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I will be supporting the staff recommendation moved by the ward councillors. The fact that this is all kind of lumped in with North End zoning area is a bit strange to me, because it has a different urban fabric. It's more Midtown than it is North End in my view. My mother grew up on Rolls Avenue, so I know the area quite well. We're getting desperately needed accessible units, that may not be necessarily a planning argument. As I mentioned, I'm happy to see the adaptive reuse for environmental sustainability reasons, as well as to a small extent heritage reasons, even though it looks like the bricks are going to be covered up by stucco. But this building, it's been described as decrepit and nondescript, etc. Was original. Actually, it was the original home. It was a home for F&B Tool and Die, which has grown to become a very important employer and business, and for people by the name, with surnames Forstinger and Bauman, started this in 1945, and we call it an incubator business today, and it really has grown. So hopefully there'll be some photos taken of this building, and kind of maybe Dennis Gannon can do a then and now kind of contrast between the new facility that they have in Port Weller, which I think is 40,000 square feet. So I will support it. I do think there could be some parking challenges, and hopefully the Councillor Townsend's direction to look at permits, because we can't have people from Vine Street using it as a warehouse for their cars and leaving them for days at a time, which of course is also contrary to the existing bylaws. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just say this, that this does conform with the PPS, and which suggests that we provide a range of mixed housing. We're talking about accessible units, Chair, which I think is absolutely fantastic. If you've ever tried to push someone with a wheelchair through a 22-inch standard bathroom door, you can see it's a nightmare. This is going to be very, very good for people that have assistive devices. Not only that, Chair, but this is also compassionate. It's also compassionate. And the region also encourages the local area municipalities to support private sector developments for affordable housing for people who have physical disabilities. Chair, every time council is asked to make a decision, we are going to upset some people and make some other people very, very happy. At some point in time, we just have to believe what is being told to us. And I believe that these people and staff are going to do what they are putting forward in the report. And I do believe that many of these residents will not have vehicles. So I'm definitely going to be supporting it, Chair. I think it's a wonderful repurposing of this particular property. And, you know, it's not only all of those things, but it is also very, very, very compassionate, so that we are providing these affordable housing units. And not to mention the price, Chair, we were the 10th most expensive city in Canada, and units coming in at $850 and $1,000 are nearly unheard of. So I'll definitely be supporting it, and I look forward to the will of council. And thank you, Chair.
Very well said, Councillor. And I see Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Chair Cisco. I'll be brief. I believe since our council declared a climate emergency, we have to be looking at some of what's in our zoning practices in the city and in our official plan on a case-by-case basis, and looking at it through a climate lens. And a lot of cities are reducing parking requirements or getting rid of them. So it doesn't mean that parking won't be built. It's an acknowledgement that not everybody has a car, that if we're going to truly tackle climate change, we need to be investing in walkable neighborhoods, bike lanes, transit, and we need to be building this city and approving developments for people first, and not putting cars and the needs of cars before people. So this is a practical case where we we take a look at the needs in our community and put the people first before we think about the cars. It's not that the cars don't matter, but we need to get our priorities straight. So for many reasons, which I won't get into, but a lot of reasons around affordability and the needs and the cost of a one-bedroom apartment in St. Catharines currently, I will be supporting this application. And I think it, as Councillor Williamson said, we need to be encouraging adaptive reuse of buildings as well, and encouraging developers to do that. And I commend the owners and the architect who are doing this. It's not always easy to reuse a building. It's sometimes more costly, but it is ultimately a lot better for the environment and it reduces greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you, Councillor. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. And Deputy Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. The public meeting is closed. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Moving on to item 7, presentations, and we have a presentation from St. Catharines Public Library and their strategic plan update. So I now call on Ken Sue, the Chief Executive Officer, and Karen Smith Curtis, Business and Facilities Administrator of the St. Catharines Public Library, to present regarding the St. Catharines Public Library strategic plan update. And I welcome you both, and I think you now know significantly more about the parking situation on Moote Street than you ever thought you would know in your entire life. And thank you for waiting to this point to be able to give your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And so I will share my screen. Just let me know if you can see my slides. Does it work? Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for having us here tonight. I think as we all know, in the year of 2020, we all had huge challenges because of the pandemic. And the library, basically, same as many other organizations, our operations have been severely impacted by the pandemic since last March. And it is also clear that the landscape for public libraries has changed. So through all these changes caused by the pandemic, the library has preserved to meet the needs of the community, and also has accomplished a lot in the last 16 months. We actually just had our strategic plan developed before the end of 2019, and then 3-4 months later, the pandemic started. So in 2020, the library was unfortunately closed to the public for almost 5 months. But as you can see here, we still managed to circulate more than 900,000 items, and we had close to 2 million visits, both in person and online. And we also signed up over 1,700 new members in a year. And so between 2019 and 2020, I give you a little bit comparison here. So our physical circulation, no question about it, actually was reduced by almost 50% because the library was closed and nobody was able to access the building in person. But our electronic circulation was more than doubled in 2020. And then visits to our branches and the websites went down. Like websites, kind of, I was a bit puzzled because why people, they didn't visit our website that much. But apparently, I think many of them went to our social media on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So that access went up. We were also happy to see that the library virtual programs did very well last year. We not only offered our own programs, but also we partnered with the city, with Canada Revenue Agency, Brock University, and many other organizations to offer joint programs. So the adult program attendance, as you can see, went up more than 4 times, and children's programs attendance was more than double. So we actually had attendees not only from City of St. Catharines, but also from Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver. Even we had people from Philippines and the US, because they were able to enjoy our programs virtually online at the comfort of their home, and didn't have to deal with traffic or parking here. Oops, sorry. So although, as I mentioned earlier, our customers, they really enjoyed the library's virtual programs, some of them were very eager to come back and attend programs and events in person. So after the province moved into step 3 this year in July, libraries started to offer in-person programs while ensuring everybody's health and safety. So as you can see, we did have some outdoor activities, so people can kind of attend without wearing a mask. But when they came into the library indoors, so they all had their masks on. And also, library restarted its outreach programs. Here is an example. I think it was last week or the week before. So we attended 2021 downtown block party. I think it was on August the 22nd here on St. Paul Street. And at the same time, the library continued its traditional TD summer reading program in 2021. So we are happy to report this year we have much better engagement than last year. Because last year, the first time we did a TD summer reading club online. And so this year we did a better promotion and engagement. So as you can see, our number of attendees and the number of books read are much higher than the year of 2020. So in addition to high quality programs, the library also accomplished some other accomplishments. So basically, we managed to reopen our doors on Mondays last summer after 43 years. So as a medium-sized public library, we were, I guess, the only one, if not the only one in the province, always closed on Mondays. So now we open on Mondays. We basically find some internal efficiency, so we were able to open additional hours. And then also, the library was able to replace its elevator and dumbwaiter that had been in service since the 70s. So we replaced that the end of last year, I think, put into operation early this year. And actually, the elevator actually talks to you. So basically, tells you now it's the second floor, the first floor. And also, we redesigned our website by the end of 2020. So all these changes made basically ensure we meet accessibility requirements here at this in the building. And the one initiative I really want to highlight is that the library board, I believe in April this year, approved fine-free to children, teens, and seniors. So that aligns with the library's strategic plan to be a library for all, and removes a barrier to access for marginalized and low-income people. So we have a vibrant and progressive library here in St. Catharines. So everyone should have an opportunity to enjoy our service, borrow items from the library without worrying whether or not they can afford to pay overdue fines if they cannot return borrowed items on time. One of the main reasons why people they use libraries is to access our collections free of charge. So library collections have really changed actually over the last decade. So we not only have books, but also we offer DVDs, video games, streaming audios and videos. So in addition to these popular collections, library staff has been always constantly looking for new ways to serve our community. So we have actually partnered with Alzheimer's Society of Niagara to offer memory care kits to those people living with dementia. And also library partnered with Parks Ontario and Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority to lend out day passes to our customers so they can enjoy beautiful natural space free of charge, here in Niagara. And then before the summer, we also purchased an assortment of sports and leisure equipment, such as golf disc and badminton kits. So customers, they were able to borrow and enjoy outdoor activities with their families and friends. Most recently, the library partnered with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, so to lend out telescope kits. So as you can see, this not only reported by St. Catharines Standard and Niagara This Week, but also the story was featured by Toronto Star. So initially, I think we bought 3 kits, and but after the story was reported, it was incredibly popular, and we purchased 7 additional kits. But still, now we have over 100 people on the waiting list. So having said some of the accomplishments, now I would like to share with you several major projects that have already started or are coming down the pipe. So the library recently issued a tender and successfully secured a contractor to replace our roof at the Central Library. So the roof has been, I think, here since the 70s, and there's a lot of work needs to be done. And we are also currently working on getting the HVAC system replaced at the Central Library as well. So I think both projects are going to be a major capital project, and hopefully we will get them in place soon. We also recently, I think was last month, we issued a library rebranding RFP. And we just actually, this morning, we interviewed one candidate, and we had a couple interviews last week. So we will hopefully soon hire a firm to create a unique and recognizable brand identity that resonates with the city of St. Catharines and the community, and reflects the library's strategic goals and vision and its value to the community as a library for all. So we are hoping to launch a marketing campaign next year that will help raise the library's profile in the community. And I have saved the best for last, Central Library renovation. So we actually engaged a firm, I think was the end of 2019, and we held several consultation meetings early 2020. The former CAO, Shirley, was at one meeting, I think in March, and the board was informed. And I was actually going to meet with the Mayor Santic, I think in March, I believe it was March the 15th. Actually, that was the day the meeting was canceled, and that was the day we got dragged into the emergency response meeting. And I think then after that day, the city was shut down. So we were hoping to present to council last April, but as you can see, things got derailed. So basically, what we are hoping to do is what the architect kind of told us was when we did the assessment, they basically told us the library building has a sound structure and sufficient space for its future growth. But at the same time, they identified that the library's layout and functions are quite dated and need to be refreshed to keep up with the trend in public libraries. So, such as providing collaboration space and the user experience. The library's mission, as you can see here at the bottom, is to provide space, resources, and experience for all citizens to learn, grow, and connect. So I mentioned earlier that we have a wonderful collection here at the library, provides comprehensive resources to the public. So now we need to enhance our spaces, improve user experience at the library, and make the library one of the popular destinations here in downtown St. Catharines. So basically there are several ideas I have on the slides here. Is to build an amphitheater here in the library, to have a few collaborative meeting rooms here in the library. So business people or Brock students, they can use them. Anybody from the community, they can book and use them. And then they suggested maybe a balcony on the second floor that overlooks the atrium. And also they talked about a rooftop garden with a pavilion. So, people can kind of get, because we have 3 stories, but they can get to the rooftop. So these are the ideas we are hoping, to look into in the next few years. So the library, actually, I think it was this morning, we just posted our RFP to get an architecture firm to provide us a, render some kind of conceptual design for the entire building. And so, hopefully the project will be kicked off soon, and then we get the central library renovated in the next 3-4 years. So I believe, given the library's location, we are pretty confident that this project will certainly support the city's plan to revitalize our downtown area and also make St. Catharines the most dynamic, innovative, sustainable, and livable city in North America. So that is it. Thank you very much for your continued support, and Karen and I are happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Looking to council, I've got Councilor Littleton with some questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to the presenters. It's that rooftop reading room always makes me so excited when I see it. It's my favorite thing in the world that we talk about. But I did have a question about the free fines for children. Obviously, for those of my colleagues, myself and Councillor Williamson sit on the board, so it's always such a privilege to be able to make some of these decisions. And can you just talk about whether you have any plans to exchange fine freedom to all patrons?
Thanks, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Littleton. So, based on our staff research, offering fine-free to customers, it kind of increases circulation here at the library, also membership, and enhances goodwill among customers. Because we fully understand, because we are still in the middle of the pandemic, so the library took a conservative approach. So our first step is to kind of remove late fees or fines for children, teens, and seniors, and make sure it doesn't put too much pressure on our budget. But it is our hope to extend that to all customers. So basically, staff, they are going to collect feedback and assess the impact of removing fines. And then, so if we do decide to expand this to all customers, and I hope the city is going to support that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. And you had mentioned some of the non-traditional collections that the library's provided, the sporting equipment, the telescopes. Are we looking at expanding that at all to other collections? I don't know what there might be, but are there any plans to expand that?
Yes, through Mr. Deputy Mayor to the councillor. So yeah, so I think many public libraries always say, they are just more than just books. So we provide other things, as I mentioned, some of the non-traditional collections, and we truly believe, we try to find, unique non-traditional collections that are both educational and recreational. And also, we provide a barrier-free and equitable access to the resources that can be cost prohibitive, like telescope kits. I think each one of them cost more than $400. So I believe the library is right now looking to a bird watching kit. And I think they are hoping to have something in September. And also staff talked about maybe we can have some instruments here at the library to lend out. And also, I believe Toronto Public Library, several years back, they had tools library. So sort of like, for home small renovation tools. And also, I think, I believe was in Hamilton or Kitchener, they have a small kitchen appliance they can lend out to residents. So I think those are the things we will certainly look into, and then when the time is appropriate, and we will introduce them to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have just one final question. Again, yes, I always love to talk about the roof. But are there any other facilities upgrades that you might want to mention, so the council knows what the board and what staff are thinking about with respect to the library or any of the other branches?
Yeah, so I think last year at the budget presentation meeting, I think Mr. Mayor talked about Meriton branch. So my understanding, I can defer this to Karen. My understanding is Karen has been talking to the city, and so they are trying to look into various options. We just signed a lease with the landlord early this year. So that gives us, I think, 3-4 more years to investigate. But certainly, we truly believe in, multi-purpose facility like what we have right now with Dr. Huck's, with city, swimming pool and all that. I think it has worked well. So I don't know if Karen has anything to add to that. Thanks, Councilor.
Thank you, Ken. You're quite correct that we did sign a agreement with the landlord at a better rate than we anticipated earlier this year. So that does give us stability for our Merit branch over the next few years. And we are starting conversations with the city in the fall, actually, about the iteration beyond the current lease period for our Meriton branch. So we're taking a look at that, and we will certainly be working with the city peers to figure out what's the right iteration for the Meriton branch in the future.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Miller.
Am I on? I am on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sue. So this is a major renovation and a change in the way that space is going to be used at the library. Will there be an opportunity for public consultation through this process as we renew this building, which has been around since 1976, I'll say?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to the councillor. So yeah, I believe this building was 1976, and I think that's why, I wasn't here at the time, but my understanding was because of some kind of funding shortage. So that's why I think the library stopped offering Monday hours in 1977. So that's, for 43 years. And so the building, like I said, is quite dated. And so as I said, we just posted the RFP this morning. So in the RFP, we are hoping to get a firm here, then they will render some kind of conceptual architectural design for the entire building. And then, yes, they will have public consultation meetings and also presentation to board, to council. So basically keep everybody informed, and it's also solicit inputs from the community, because I know a lot of people, maybe some councillors here too, kind of probably grew up with this building when you were kids, attended story times or borrowed items at this library. So I think there's a lot of kind of attachment to the building. So definitely we will do that.
Thank you. These changes I think are going to make a big difference, and there's some pretty exciting ideas in the original ones that we have seen, and hopefully there'll be some also some energy retrofit opportunities as well as we go through that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I can say definitely grew up at the library, and as the youngest member of council, even when I was going there as a kid, the interior was a little dated then, but I appreciate that you guys still do wonderful things there, and then still take my kids there on a regular basis. But maybe a coat of paint, I'd be excited to see in some of the other changes. Just a question I had about the relationship the library has with some of the residents of downtown, specifically those who are dehoused and those who are using drugs. That's of course been an ongoing conversation, and has put a lot of stress on the library. I'm just wondering if there's been any sort of strategic updates to how those relationships, or just a general update on how those relationships are going right now.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So yeah, so the library has actually partnered with several local agencies like Streetworks, Positive Living, Niagara, and I think Gateway Niagara as well. So basically, I think Streetworks, they come to the library on a regular basis, and they spoke to those folks on the around the library and provide them help. And also, my understanding, the city also look into some projects here around the library, try to help us protect public property and secure the library facility. So I think those are the things we have been working with different partners here in the city, and hopefully things will improve in the near future.
Has there been through the Mayor, has there been conversations with those community groups, I suppose, as you're talking about expanding the collection? And I wonder about those community groups might know about some specific needs for those vulnerable populations in terms of being able to borrow, perhaps not tools or things like that, but if there are other needs, are those conversations happening in terms of the future of collections?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you, yes, I think we actually introduced a new card type called temporary card, library card. So basically, in the past, we always asked for proof of residence. So you have to have a driver's license or a utility letter from a utility company to show your residence here in St. Catharines to get a card. So we actually now work with those agencies to provide temporary cards. So if they say live in a shelter, and they can get a letter from the shelter, and then we issue them a card, then they can borrow items from the library. And also, I think the library has donated items to different agencies, and I think Positive Living Niagara, Start Me Up Niagara, and I think they all have received items from the library.
Okay, I appreciate that, and thanks again to all those the work, the employees at the library who are often on the forefront of some of these issues, unintentionally, of course, and bearing the brunt of a lot of this housing and the opioid crises. I just know, and I know you're doing great things with technology and the internet, but that's a huge gap right now for a lot of people who are living in poverty and who are dehoused. So there might be opportunities there in terms of loaning out different types of technology offsite as well, but that can be part of a future conversation, I'm sure. So thanks again, and thanks for all your work.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I just want to add to Councillor Miller. So we actually do lend out hotspots here at the library to residents, and I think that was the initiative started with Niagara Community Foundation. So we initially worked with public housing units, but now we also have our own units landed out to local residents, so they can borrow internet home, basically.
Okay, awesome.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. For you to CEO, I'm really thrilled with the work of the library during the pandemic, and I'm excited to see the initial ideas for potential building renovations. Sometimes I get envy going to other places, and I look at buildings in other cities, and I've been envious of the Halifax Public Library. They had a beautiful renovation with a rooftop patio and great public spaces, and so I see some elements of those ideas in this potential plan. The Halifax Public Library had a pretty big capital campaign in the community to help fund those renovations, which were extensive. There was a green LEED certified green roof. Do you foresee the need for a capital campaign as well to achieve what you're looking for with this renovation?
And Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor. So I think we are looking at several different options. I think that's one of the reasons why I mentioned earlier to rebrand the library. So we want to kind of raise our profile in the community and raise the awareness in the community. And so I think they all kind of go hand in hand. And this capital project is going to be probably spend 4 or 5 years depending on how big it is. But our goal is to get support from the community, also get support maybe from local business and from the city, from council. So I think definitely those are the things we will all examine throughout this entire project.
Excellent. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much for all of your work. It's you've achieved a lot, and I'm proud of what you've done, and I can't wait to see what comes next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Not seeing any other questions or comments from council. I want to thank the presenters for the excellent presentation today. And if I can have a councillor to make a motion receiving the presentation, Councillor Littleton, seconded by Councillor Williamson. So the motion that council receive the presentation from the St. Catharines Public Library regarding strategic plan update. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item 8, our discussion reports. We're starting with financial management services and the municipal property tax software replacement, early 2022 capital budget approval and participation in utility billing early advisor program. And before we discuss the report, I am going to look to Ms. Douglas, the Director of Financial Management Services, to provide an overview of the report.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, tonight staff are requesting council's approval to award a single source contract or sole source contract for municipal property tax software and related modules, point of sale, citizen engagement, and tax certificate portal to Central Square Canada Software Inc. with an implementation cost of $517,000 plus HST and annual hosting and maintenance costs of $227,000 plus HST. In addition, staff are requesting early 2022 capital budget approval of $330,000 to fund the estimated implementation and annual costs and staffing costs for these software replacements. The 2021 capital and budget included $1 million for the tax system replacement. Property tax is the city's main source of revenue to fund our operations. The city's current property tax software is over 20 years old and has had very few improvements over the past 20 years. And current software systems are no longer compatible with many of the newer technologies that exist today. With the upgrade of the city's property tax system occurring this fall, there is a strong possibility that it will be ready for use for the 2022 final tax billing scheduled for processing in June 2022. Mr. Deputy Mayor, that concludes my introduction for the report this evening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Douglas. And just a note for everybody that due to the current procedure bylaw, the bylaw that we recently passed, members shall only be permitted to move a motion that is different from the staff recommendation if no members wish to move and second the staff recommendation. So I have to start by asking, are there any members who wish to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Phillips and second by Councillor Porter. So the staff recommendation will be on the floor and the staff recommendation is on the screen. And so to that, I have Councillor Garcia followed by Councillor Porter to speak. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I guess, to Ms. Douglas, and I don't know, is Ms. Reed on the call as well? I wasn't sure.
No, just me this evening, Councillor.
Okay. Obviously, I can see the great need here, so there is no question about that. I just had a few questions about the report specifically. Number one, this is obviously a very costly project. I can understand why the sole sourcing, as you explained in the report, which I'm typically reluctant to go with, but I can understand it. But did you look at opportunities to partner with other municipalities and the region to acquire this new software and save some money that way?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, with regards to the systems that the other municipalities across the region are using, they pretty much fit into two buckets. One bucket is either they're using the Vailtech system like the city is currently using. The other bucket is that they're already using either Vadim or Diamond, which are software products that fall under the Central Square umbrella. With regards to partnering, the city would look at this. We've looked at the opportunities that the municipalities of Chatham-Kent and Halton Hills did with regards to participating in the early adopter program and then moving forward with implementing this. And we looked at their success with that. So we would see ourselves as being a leader here in the region and being able to potentially work with other Niagara municipalities should they want to implement this software solution for their property tax once we're completed with our implementation and upgrade.
Thank you for that. And if we were the leaders and they wanted to share ours, would that defray our costs in some way, or?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, with regards to the implementation costs, the implementation costs are for us to implement the software, and then the annual licensing and hosting are the costs that are also associated with this. So it would all depend on what the partnership would potentially look like, if there could be potentially savings to either the city or cost sharing that may happen. So that would all be negotiated with the municipality should there be a partnership arrangement that presents itself.
Thank you. Second question through you, Mr. Chair. I know that we talk also about a utility software is going to be required. Would it not save us money to sort of contract this supplier for both at this time, or?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, right now this supplier is in the development of a utility billing software, and they're looking at partners to help them develop their utility billing software. So with regards to the property tax module, that is what some of the other municipalities across the province have done, like Chatham-Kent, Halton Hills, Burlington, the city of Hamilton, and even the city of Windsor. They participated in, they call it the early adopter program, and those municipalities help the developer develop the program. We are looking to do the same thing with the utility module, so we'll be able to have a voice in having the product developed, being able to help guide them in developing a product that meets our utility billing needs. There are not a lot of lower tier municipalities in the province that are responsible for utility billing, so it is a great opportunity for the city to get in on the ground floor and work with this software developer to develop a new product that we're in need of, and having the two systems under the same company structure.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, obviously one of the large components of the cost here are the annual licensing costs, but I don't think I saw in the report how much of the licensing costs that we pay now for the current software. Are they close to the same, or are they going up a lot?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, our current licensing costs are very, very low. They're quite inexpensive, but that speaks to the amount of upgrades and service support that we are receiving with our existing software supplier. So this would be a large increase to our tax levy with regards to moving forward with this. But it also is us moving towards our IT division is looking at more cloud-based solutions. So this would be a cloud-based solution, which allows for us to see some free up of our IT resource time, such that the supplier would be responsible for maintaining the software and keeping it upgraded, and that would not fall to our IT staff. So it would actually allow us to, in the future, reduce some of our hardware costs that we currently have with regards to our systems, as well as some of our IT resources would be able to focus on some of the numerous backlogs of IT requirements that we have across the corporation.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Chair, one last question. The reason, as I read it, that you need extra funds compared to the original estimate of $1 million or so is largely the staffing component. Is that because you did not consider the staffing component in your original estimate, or because those costs have gone up?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, there's a couple reasons for us needing additional funds. One of them is that we have looked at the other modules that are being offered, and it makes sense to implement the point of sale and the citizen engagement and the tax certificate module at the same time as we are implementing the property tax solution. With regards to the staffing, when we put our estimate together last year, we weren't exactly sure what solution we were going to be moving forward with. And in consultation with the other municipalities who have moved forward with implementation, they have indicated that it takes between 4 and 5 staff, some of them on a full-time basis, some of them on a less than full-time basis to have successful product implementation. So it's those two factors that are looking at us needing to have additional funds for the implementation of this solution.
Thank you very much. And sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, she just brought something up that led me to another question. For being on the 2022 budget, given the life of the software program itself, would the cost of the software be considered a capital expenditure? Or?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, yes. So when you implement a new software solution, both that and the staffing costs are considered part of the capital investment that is being made, and that is something that we are considering as a capital investment. With regards to the annual maintenance and hosting fees, those costs would be starting in the 2023 budget, and those would be something that would be an ongoing tax levy annual impact.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councillor Garcia. Now looking to Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question to you, Tim, is Douglas. Looking through the current systems requirements, like technology requirements, I'm not sure if this is up to date, but if it is, I find it quite frightening. I know it says that the current software is stable, but it says that it's operating on the requirements are like a Microsoft 2000 server with targeted workstations that include Windows XP, and it operates on Oracle version 6, the Oracle database is version 8, and currently Oracle's latest version, I think, is like 19 or 20 or something. So is that accurate? Is this what you're trying to run the property tax software on, these very old technologies? And I'm wondering if you can also describe what it's like to try and take data out of this software and manipulate it and run reports for yourselves.
Thank you. Through the deputy mayor to the councillor. Yes, with regards to the versions, we use our Vailtech system, which has not only our property tax, but also our water billing and our general ledger. So they are on various versions of Oracle. Our water system, we are moving to a web-based version right now with the supplier, but they are on older versions of Oracle. With regards to being able to pull data, we do rely highly on our IT staffing resources to be able to pull information when special types of information is requested with regards to property tax information. There's not a lot of customizable features with regards to our existing software, and that is one of the benefits of looking to move to this property tax software billing. Everything that you do within the system, it is exportable into either Excel and CSV format or a PDF. So we'll be able to do a lot more analysis on our property tax information than what we can do in the current system. But we do a lot of manual work right now, and this would, provide a lot of efficiencies. And we're hearing that in the conversations that we have had with the municipalities of Chatham, Kent, and Halton Hills, who have moved forward with implementing this solution.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't have any other further questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. When I look at it, I guess as an analogy, every 20 years we buy a new fire truck and they're around the same price as $517,000. So, and it takes, when we look at annual costs of running this $227,000, it takes more than that to man a fire truck. So we'll just transfer the cost from fire services over to finance, I guess. And it's, I am concerned about sole sourcing any contract, but I guess we have to trust our financial management services that this is the only game in town, I guess. Is that true, Ms. Director? As far as Central Square is concerned?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, yes, what we have found since we have started looking at doing our software, tax software replacement, there's actually been a contraction in the software market. Amanda, who we use in our building services area, they used to have a property tax module, and they are also leaving the marketplace. So really it's our current supplier, which is fairly dated and hasn't had a significant upgrades in the 20 years we've been with them, or Central Square are the two that are the main players right now in the Ontario marketplace.
Okay, and it is a Canadian company, correct?
Yes, it is.
Great. As far as the residents are concerned, what improvements will the residents see as far as, are there any improvements as far as the residents themselves directly in paying their property taxes? Will they see when this is in online?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor. So the supplier is developing or has a citizen portal. So we also have our e-billing portal. So as we work through the development, we will ensure that those online efficiencies and online resources continue to be available, whether they're through our current e-billing portal or whether it is through the supplier. As far as the look of the tax bill, it is pretty prescriptive under the Municipal Act as far as how that will look. So not a lot of differences should be expected to the resident in that way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Ms. Douglas, for your presentation and your comments, and I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Right, moving on to item 8.2, Planning and Building Services, Building and Development Appeal of Sign Variance Decision pursuant to Sign Bylaw 2012-154 regarding 370 Ontario Street. This was moved from consent by Councillor Porter. Before the report, we were to hear a delegation from Heather Knox. Is Miss Knox here? All right, I believe
apparently Miss Knox has left.
Okay, she was here earlier. So we don't have a delegation to receive. I know Councillor Porter and myself have both spoken to Ms. Knox about this issue and can relay some of the concerns. Now, the procedure bylaw asks us to consider the staff recommendation first. So if there's anybody who wants to move the staff recommendation, if not, I know Councillor Porter has an alternative motion. Councillor Garcia will be moving the staff recommendation. Is there anybody that will be seconding the staff recommendation? Councillor Phillips. So the staff recommendation is on the floor. And the staff recommendation would be to uphold the decision of the Director of Planning and Building Services to deny the applicant's request. If I can look, are there any comments or questions from council with respect to the recommendation on the floor? Councillor Porter? And Councillor, you'll need to unmute. Are you able to unmute, Councillor? Okay. We will pause for a moment. Technical difficulties are fun. And as we wait to see if Councillor Porter is able to unmute herself, I think we are all looking forward to our first opportunity to be in person 2 weeks from today on the 13th of September, where these sorts of issues don't occur. Councillor Porter.
Normally I'm pretty good. I couldn't find myself on the screen. I was hidden up here, and then this is embarrassing, but I was eating chips, which I won't do in council chambers. I couldn't get my mouse pad to work back. So normally I'm in favor of planning staff recommendations. This is a very simple sign request. And I think that the proponents, the building owner and the tenant in this situation, which is World Gym, they've put forward a reasonable case. If you go down Ontario Street, you'll notice that some of the commercial buildings are kind of tucked in behind each other and you can't see them. So I used to be a member of World Gym. I joined gyms off and on, as Councillor Cisco knows. I'm currently not a member, but I might join again in the future. When I drive down Ontario Street, it's actually very difficult to find World Gym because it's in behind Part Source and you can't see it. And I can't tell you the number of times I missed the parking lot. You'd never know it was there. I knew about World Gym because I joined when they first came into town, and their business has really struggled. They lost 30% of their members during COVID. And their business was shut down for about 10 months. And so they don't have the benefit of a sign right out front. It's sort of dominated. You'd never know that there was a gym in the back. So there is an existing pole. If you read the report, there's an existing pole that has a Part Source sign at 370 Ontario Street. They're simply asking to put another box underneath the sign. So I understand the staff position and the rules, other rules are related to the sign bylaw, but I think sometimes we have to look at situations on a case-by-case basis. I don't think that this sign, an additional sign box on the Part Source sign is going to detract from the rest of the streetscape. There are other signs that the sign next door has multiple sign boxes as well. I think this is a reasonable request for a gym owned by a local person that's been struggling a lot. So I would ask council to consider COVID, consider all of the struggles of certain sectors, including gyms, which have suffered enormously during COVID, and to think about that when making this decision. So I'm going to ask you to defeat the staff recommendation and move to add a small box onto the existing pole to help the business that is really tucked away in back of the building.
All right, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Townsend is up next.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I apologize. I didn't realize the address of the location. I'm a member, so I'm going to declare a conflict on this. Thank you.
Understood, Councillor. And if you can just put that in writing to the clerk's office, it would be appreciated. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to perhaps the Director of the Planning and Building Services. I read the report and it makes sense, but I know we have other signs that have these multiple, I don't even know what you're calling them, lines on them. Why, if you can just summarize again, why are we saying no? Just because it's in our bylaw?
Through the chair to the councillor, the sign bylaw sets out regulations based on size. It's not the number of boxes necessarily, it's the size of the signage. The report that's before council this evening suggests that there's already been several reiterations of requests for additions to the sign boxes already on this pole sign that could accommodate part source and the gym signage. So yes, the sign bylaw looks at it from a size point of view rather than a number of sign box point of view.
Okay, thank you. And that was my follow-up question, was that if it is a size, then could the tenants just be reconfigured in the same size? That's essentially what you're saying.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that was staff's recommendation that the request for the variance be denied and that the applicants readdress the signage that's already existing to make room for the gym signage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is, although I wasn't on council then, but that there was very, very significant public and community input into the latest iteration of the sign bylaw. And I think we have to uphold the sign bylaw in terms of not making exceptions when there is enough size there. And I think the director just pointed out that there is sufficient size there to accommodate both boxes, if that's what we call them. So I don't feel that we should be violating the sign bylaw because it sets a precedent, and then the next guy down the street is going to say, well, I want to change my sign too, and I have a reason why I need a bigger one. So for those reasons, I would support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Through you, how often do we get this specific type of request? I mean, anecdotally or, general ballpark figure.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, I think we review about between 5 and 10 sign variance requests a year. They are a delegated staff request, and if the opportunity is within the bylaw to appeal the decision of the director to council. So we, in the past 2.5 years, we've had 2 appeals to council, this being the second one.
Okay, and I guess I'll ask this just because Councillor Kevin Electro Townsend isn't here. What's the current status in terms of our ability to, or private businesses' ability to put up digital signs or electric signs?
Through the chair to the councillor, it depends on the type of electronic sign. So if there have been some permissions in the past for just words, but if we're talking screens, they are not permitted.
So this, if we were to grant this today, it would fit in with all the other signs on Ontario Street in that area in terms of its technological capabilities.
Through the mayor to councillor, yes, the stretch of Ontario Street is very auto-dominated with a lot of street-facing parking lots, large and vehicle-oriented parking plazas, shopping plazas, and there is a lot of street signage along that. It's not to say that because it's already there, we should continue to contribute to that type of streetscape, which is why we've made a decision, why we've made a recommendation that we hold to the sign bylaw to not add additional proliferation of signage along that. But to answer your question, Councillor, yes, this additional sign boxes would be generally in keeping with the current aesthetic of that portion of Ontario Street.
And just, I guess, to finish up on that, when we were talking about the digital signs, there was a lot of concerns about distracted driving. Is that a concern in this case?
Through the chair to the councillor, that was not identified by transportation staff as being a concern.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, councillor. Seeing no other questions, I just had a question directed to Ms. Kate, Director of Planning. In the alternative motion, the second clause was requested by staff that if approval was granted, that we prohibit the installation of any additional pole or ground signs on the subject property. Could you clarify why planning staff felt that was necessary?
Thank you. Through the chair to council, the sign bylaw allows for an additional pole sign on the subject property due to the very wide frontage that the lot enjoys. In this case, should Councillor Porter's alternative motion be supported, staff had suggested that ability to have additional pole signs on the site be prohibited so that all signage remain on the singular structure.
Thank you, Ms. Kate. And that leads to my point, and the reason why I'm hoping that council will defeat the staff recommendation. While I understand Councillor Garcia and Councillor Phillips' point, in this instance, the property owner actually has the ability to put up another ground or pole sign and add further to the clutter as opposed to maintaining it in one place. And I'll remind those members of council who were here, and I apologize, I can't remember when this was. It might have been in the last term of council. It may have actually been in the 2010 to 2014 term of council, but we ran into a similar situation on Martindale Road at the Huntington Plaza, where the property owner was asking for a larger sign than was allowed under the bylaw. And that was approved because the alternative was the possibility of that property owner being able to put up multiple signs along the outside of the property. So in this situation, and this is why Councillor Porter and I chose to bring this forward this evening, in this situation, I think the better alternative is to allow an additional portion at the bottom of the current existing sign than pushing the property owner to add additional visual clutter to the street by putting up another pole sign, which would be able to accommodate significantly more signage. So I would encourage everybody, while I understand the intent from Councillor Garcia and Councillor Phillips with the staff recommendation, I think the spirit of the bylaw is actually upheld better by the alternative motion, even if from the letter of the law, it's not. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the staff recommendation that would deny the decision.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost on a tie.
So then I would look to Councillor Porter with the alternative motion.
Yes. It's right there on the screen that council allow the appeal filed by McCowan Associates to approve the request to vary the sign bylaw to permit the installation of the requested sign boxes onto the existing pole.
And for clarity's sake, and it's important to note that the second clause does prohibit the ability to install any additional pole or ground signs on the subject property.
That's correct.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes, I have a procedural question. What if the vote is also a tie here? Then what happens?
Councillor Kushner, that is a fantastic question, and I do not know the answer to it. So I'm going to look to the clerk who has all of the answers.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Clerk. Actually, then nothing will happen. There is no direction.
Thank you.
And Councillor Porter, sorry, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Porter, do you have a seconder for your motion?
I'm going to ask Councillor Sorrento to second this one.
Thank you for calling me out. Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for calling me out. Happy to do so, Councillor Porter.
Thank you.
All right, so seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
And Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 8.3, Legal and Clerk Services Council Correspondence Sub-Item 10, Letter from Coalition for a Better St. Catharines regarding the response to the MECP and MTGM site work plan. The council recommendation, or sorry, the staff recommendation is the council receive and file the letter from the coalition regarding the response. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? This is to receive and file. Councillor Porter. Okay, seconded by Councillor Littleton. All right, are there questions, comments related to this item? Councillor Garcia.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I guess to staff, just reading that letter and reading the work plan that we got before, I had a number of questions. I should start by saying that I understand the situation at the GM site is obviously a citywide concern and concern to a lot of the residents, and it's of course a major concern to St. Patrick's Ward where it's located, but also to our ward in Port Lucie, because the report that we got the last time essentially says that a significant amount of highly toxic PCBs are leaking from this place into 12 Mile Creek and therefore into Martindale Pond and into Lake Ontario there. So I'm very concerned. We got a lot of concerns about it. So question number one to you, to staff is, do I understand correctly that the ministry has asked the consultant hired by the property owner to provide monthly reports on their progress on identifying the source of the PCBs?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that is correct. The
Okay.
MOECP approved the work plan put together by the qualified persons hired by the owners and have asked for monthly updates and status reports.
Okay, and given that answer to you, Mr. Chair, to the director, could we ask the staff to ask the ministry to share with the city those monthly reports so we know what's happening? And also, can they be shared with the public by being on the city's website?
Through the chair to the councillor, we have asked for those reports to be shared. The ministry's response is that we are the same as any other member of the public and would have to file a Freedom of Information request to access those documents. We have also asked the property owner to provide them voluntarily to us, and they have indicated that they are considering it. At such time that they are received, the information will be shared with council and the public.
Thank you for that. And if, even though the ministry is getting those reports, they can keep them from us. Is that what you're saying? We would require a Freedom of Information request to get them from them.
That's correct.
That's frustrating. Okay, and second question is, we talked before, and I know that the volunteers of the coalition, and I don't know who else, they put some signs up at one time that they made up, but obviously PCBs are supposed to be potentially ingested or settling in sediment and in fish. Has the ministry discussed with staff whether they will let us know immediately if they feel there is a need for the city to put up some signs warning the public? Because we do see a lot of people fishing both in Martindale Pond and also in the outlet to Lake Ontario.
Through the chair to the councillor, the ministry has not identified a need to put up any signs warning the community. The MOE has indicated that they are aware that PCBs likely from the site are entering the city's storm sewer, and that's their first priority is to work with the landowner in locating the source of the PCBs and to stop them up. And that's what the work plan was designed to do. The MOE undertook upstream and downstream water testing, as did the MPCA, and found that there was no risk to human health. Any signage that's being installed by the community is by the community, and it's not by any of the governmental agencies.
I understand. Thank you for that, and through you, Mr. Chair. But obviously, if the ministry felt there was, that means the ministry doesn't feel there is a need for signage at this time.
That's correct.
Okay, and you just touched a bit on my next question, which is about public health. Obviously, a lot of people, and particularly those in the immediate neighborhood, but also people downstream, would be concerned about the health impact. And I know the ministry in their presentations have said repeatedly that Niagara Public Health do not feel that these contaminants on the site pose a current risk, health risk to the public. Could staff not ask public health, conditional upon their not being focused on their priority with COVID, if they have time to address council at some time and share with us their conclusions as to why they don't think it's a risk to public health? And I think that would go a long way towards making the public feel a lot safer if they can share that.
Through the chair to the councillor, I can reach out to public health and with an invitation to attend council. I do know that they have reviewed the MOE and MPCA test results in the past and have made the statement that they don't feel that there is a risk to human health. But I will happily reach out and provide an invitation for them to attend council themselves.
Thank you very much for that. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Councillor Garcia has basically asked my questions. The one about Niagara Regional Health, like the focus seems to be on the contaminants suspended in the water, which isn't really the issue, because we know once they settle in the sediment and they get into the aquatic habitat, and you have bioaccumulation effect up the food chain. That's where the issues come in. And we've been walking on the piers in the evening, and there's a fair number of people who are out there fishing. And I actually overheard a conversation last week where there's 2 or 3 people talking to one of the anglers and asked him if he was eating the fish, and he kind of sheepishly said, "I'm eating some of them." So it's a legitimate issue, and I think we need to know what's in the sediment more than we need, and that's more the issue than what's in the water. And it's not just about coming from the General Motors site; it's coming from all the sources upstream, beaver dams and wherever else. So I think it's a legitimate thing to ask Niagara Regional Health, because we've been talking about facts and science, and I think there has to be, if you're going to conclude that there's no public health risk, there's got to be a basis to making that decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. And I will, just something that I think, because the point has been raised a couple times about the fishing, and I think it's important to point out, and I discovered this, and I'm sure many of us discovered this, but the province of Ontario does actually have a website that very helpfully lays out all of the potential restrictions that may exist with respect to fishing in different waterways throughout the province. And Martindale Pond is listed on there. And I think I made a joke at the time about there being a certain type of fish that I had never even heard of, but you were only able to eat 30 of them in a month. Maybe the brown bullhead or something like that. But anyways, I would strongly suggest anybody who has concerns with respect to the fishing in that area, if you go online and type Ontario safe fish to eat, there's a map and it directs you to all of those resources. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think I'm going to direct this question to the CAO. We've had some ministry orders on city property, including former dump sites, and those ministry orders are probably quite similar to the orders on the private property on Ontario Street. Has any council in the past asked to see any of the records or the work plan? I certainly haven't seen the work plan from the city of St. Catharines related to the orders for PCBs leaking off city-owned property. So I guess my concern is making sure there isn't a double standard, that we're not making hay over a site when we have issues that we're also dealing with ourselves on city property.
You, Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll start and pass it over to Director Martuccio. I'm not aware of any process where specific orders and work plans were requiring us to sort of provide that additional information to the general public. Perhaps Director Martuccio may have a bit more insight into this on some of our construction projects.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we do have sites within the city that we have environmental concerns, some of them related to PCBs, and there's other concerns as well. We do have a number of former landfills that we have to monitor on a regular basis. However, we do have a very good working relationship with MECP, and we are in constant communication with them at addressing any of the potential concerns that they may have. And we also do active monitoring of our sites to mitigate our risks for the corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Martuccio. And from what you know, is the ministry directives towards the city of St. Catharines on our sites similar to this other private property in terms of requiring a work plan and taking steps necessary to remediate the property? Is there any difference, or do you think the ministry treats the city and the private property in the same manner?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the MECP treats the city and any private industries or our owners in the same manner, where there's certain regulations that we need to meet, and like I said, we do work very closely with MECP to address any of those potential concerns that we have within the city of St. Catharines.
So I guess it would only make sense that if there are PCBs leaking from city-owned properties in amounts that are more than this private property, we probably have a duty to work on all of it, especially if it's our own property, and not just spend our time on just one is the point that I'm getting at. So if we're going to be asking the ministry for all of the documentation related to private property, current councils would probably certainly want the same things on the city-owned property, which is our land and our responsibility, is what I'm getting at. So I don't have any further questions.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I guess I just want to follow up a little bit on what Councillor Porter had just finished off with. And I would hope that if there was any concerns from anyone that they felt there was any risk of anything from leaking from our city properties, that we would be able to share that information with the concerned residents. Keep asking, following up on that. I'm just wondering why it is that the ministry takes that reporting, but they won't, it's not available to the public unless I ask for a, that private, whatever it is. I'm sorry, it's kind of out of my head right now. Anyway, Director Kate mentioned it, that they have to get a privacy, like they have to request it. why is it that they have to request that?
Through the chair to the counselor, that's the ministry's normal operating procedures.
Okay. Okay. So I have one other question, and it's in concerns to some of the safety issues that were brought up in this current letter, and maybe some of the other times. How do we follow up with that to make sure that they are, you know, conforming to the rules and, you know, cleaning up the fears of some, like the pits, for instance, that they're making sure that they're following through with the cleanup and the closing up or whatever? How are we following up on that?
Through the chair to the counselor, city staff are meeting regularly with the MTE consultants and Peters Construction Group consultants with regards to their work plan. We have made it very clear that the first priority for us is the location of the source of the PCs and the stoppage, as well as community safety and in hoarding the property properly. They have now completed the repairs to the hoarding around the property. They have increased the materials that they are using for to prevent access to the property. They have on-site security during the days at the property. Because the pits are still currently open because they are conducting testing on the contents of those pits. Once they determine what is in those pits and they develop a plan for the removal and the remediation, then those pits will be closed and decommissioned.
So in the meantime, what are they doing to protect, say, you know, kids getting in on that property? Kids will be kids, and, you know, it's a great place to go in and play. How are they protecting anybody from falling in those pits while they're doing their investigation?
Through the chair to the counselor, the entire property is secure by hoarding and carbon locks that can't be cut. If somebody's going into that property, then at this point, with the signage indicating no trespassing all around it, it's at their own risk and their own peril. There is people on site every single day. There are construction activities happening on site every day. And I can tell you from personal experience, if somebody goes onto that site, you are approached within minutes.
And then in the evening, what happens after hours? I guess
the site is completely closed and locked up.
Okay. For us, can we follow up with any kind of reporting on things that they are doing to make the site safe for the residents and stuff like that? Can we do anything and put that on our website as those things take place?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes, we are working with the ownership group in developing a singular source of information for the community moving forward, so that there isn't so many mismatched and misinformation being spread out through the community. We're working on a common source of contact that so that people understand the activities that are taking place on the site and what it's leading to.
Okay, that's good news. When might this information become available?
Through the chair to the counselor, we're anticipating that to be available within the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it's important, and I was going to mention this at the end of my comments, but I think it's important to mention that the city does have a standalone webpage with information related to 282, 285 Ontario Street, the former GM property, with all of the things that city council has done and all the things that city staff have done in terms of the reporting and the presentations that have been given. So I would encourage any residents that are looking for the factual information that relates to that site from the city perspective, that they visit that site, and it's as easy as typing in stcatharines.ca GM site into Google, and it will come up relatively quickly. Councilor Miller.
That was a great seg about factual, because I have a question about facts through you, the chair, to staff. I'm not sure, maybe the CEO, maybe the director of planning. It was just stated by one of my colleagues previously during this discussion, pretty matter-of-factly, that there are public health risks associated with the site, but I also am hearing that public health is saying that there aren't public health risks associated with the amount of PCPs specifically coming off GM and with the GM site. So is there some clarity with regards to the current public health risk not being someone's opinion, but coming either from the Ministry of Environment or from Niagara Region Public Health?
Through the chair to the counselor, the Ministry of Environment has undertaken substantial air and water testing, and they have posted the results. They have presented to this council on the results. They've posted them publicly, and they are posted on our website. The NPCA themselves have been doing upstream and downstream testing for the past decade and have been posting their results very transparently on their website and their annual reporting as well, also linked through our city's website. Niagara Regional Health has reviewed both of results from all of these testing with both agencies and have declared that they do not believe that there's a risk to human health. So at this time, I have not come across anything that says that there is a risk to human health.
Okay, and going on that, I think we need to be pretty careful here. I'm not going to give everyone a lecture on misinformation, but there is eating a lot of brown bullheads might be dangerous, but misinformation, intentional disinformation, and we're talking about signs being put up telling people not to fish, and alarmism and fear mongering is very dangerous too. And I think there are a lot of people in this community whose concern has gone overboard because of some of the alarmism in the community. I think that, of course, this is an important site, and of course we need to take the necessary steps, but I think we need to be careful not to exacerbate the fear out there by suggesting there's some significant public health risk when there's in fact not. So that is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller, and that appears to be all of the comments. I will say, just on the idea of the brown bullhead, if you're curious, you can eat 32 northern pike up to 20 inches long. So that's a big northern pike, but the ministry says up to 32 a month for the general population. I would caution you, if you're eating 32 northern pike a month that are more than 1.5 feet long, you should probably diversify your diet. With that, though, the staff recommendation is on the floor, and I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, may I ask Councillor, do you have a, I thought it was Councillor. You have them? Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Okay, thank you. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 8.4, legal and clerk services, council correspondence, additional correspondence item 5, memorandum from the CAO regarding the vaccination policy status update. This was moved from consent as requested by Councillor Porter. Councillor Porter, are you making the staff recommendation to receive and file, or do I need somebody else to make the staff recommendation? Councillor Townsend.
I thought that Councillor Townsend was doing it. I can, or Councillor Townsend can.
Nope. Councillor Townsend, that works for me.
Yeah, that was just an error, just a typing error. Yeah, Evan just got it.
I'm only as good as my script. I'm only as good as my script. All right, so Councillor Townsend is making the staff recommendation and would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I pulled this motion. We've seen a lot of organizations, companies across Ontario, across Canada, who are implementing a safety standard of, for health and safety for staff to push for vaccinations. We do know we've seen rising numbers of COVID-19. However, we have seen that a lot of those numbers and people who are ending up in the ICU, I would say over 95% of those individuals are people who are unvaccinated. We know the vaccine is safe. We know it protects our loved ones, our family members, our community members from getting seriously ill and ending up in the ICU. From the memo that was put out from our CAO Oaks, they are calling on the city of St. Catharines to implement a similar policy. We will see on Tuesday, Wednesday of this week, the Ontario government will be putting out a concept of ensuring that private and public sector employees will be vaccinated to continue to protect community people further. So there is a motion that will be put onto the floor. And hoping that council will support a vaccination policy put out from the city. The region recently has done one, so it's time for us to follow suit and show what community leadership looks like. And that is about protecting not only just staff, it's about protecting members of the community as well.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Now, before I move on, because of the new procedure bylaw, I do want to just clarify, there's nobody that is looking to make the staff recommendation simply to receive and file. Seeing nobody raising their hands, then we will move forward with Councillor Townsend's alternative motion. I just want to make sure I did that from a procedural standpoint appropriately. With that, I will move on to Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. St. Catharines has often shown leadership during the pandemic. We were one of the first to, former CAO Chemnitz worked with the mayor to pretty much shut the city down, which sent a strong message to the community to take the pandemic seriously. We were leaders during the mask mandate discussions, and we were one of the early adopters. So often it's unfortunately been left up to lower tier municipalities and smaller organizations to push for these types of policies and mandates. It's ultimately about protecting employees. It's about protecting me. We're going to have to go into council chambers and be around staff. I have a child who is not yet vaccinated. I'm really hoping that the local school boards are going to watch what we're doing and take a cue from us if we decide to pass this motion. And it's not just us. It's going to be. I think it's going to have a positive impact. I understand vaccine hesitancy, but there's, as Councillor Miller talked about misinformation, we are in a time of incredible misinformation right now, and we really need to show leadership. This is about protecting employees, protecting ourselves, and protecting vulnerable people. And I really think this is something that we need to do, and other municipalities are following suit. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Chair Cisco. And my question is to CAO Oaks. Were we not waiting for a report from Human Resources to come forward with regard to a vaccine policy?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, so essentially what we're doing right now, and the memo that I provided to Council in follow-up to an email that I provided a few weeks back, we are working, our Human Resource team is working in collaboration with Niagara Region, Human Resource, other organizations throughout Niagara and Ontario to put together the policy. So what we're doing right now, and what the memo is providing is that just providing information to Council on the process that we're doing. The motion on the floor supports that that movement that we are working towards with all of our colleagues.
Right. I think the motion on the floor, through you, Chair to the CAO, the way I'm understanding it, and I'll look for clarification, is for Council to give approval to go ahead without the report. That's my understanding right now, because we still don't have the report for Human Resources, correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct. So the intent of this motion, as I read it, is staff be directed to develop and implement. That will come back to Council. So we'll have all of that information before we implement anything. This is just providing that additional information to take the next step, which we were doing anyway.
So just a clarification through you, Chair, isn't staff already working on this, developing and implementing a policy? They are. This is my understanding would be that staff is already working on this. So would this motion not be?
Point of order, clarification, just to Councillor. It's we're asking. I'm requesting a policy, not a report. That's the difference.
I'll look for clarification, Chair, through you to the CAO. Is there a difference? And thanks for that clarification.
Through the chair, the intent from staff has always been to, once we have the policy prepared and the implementation plan move forward, it would come to Council for the policy itself would come for approval. So that's what we're doing. That's the direction we've been working towards. This is simply putting that on the public record from council perspective and bringing it back to, so we do bring it back.
So through you, Chair, to the CAO point of clarification. So it is in fact a policy. So I misspoke. It's not a report. It is a policy, right? That Director Pelletieri is working on, correct?
Through the chair, yes, there is a policy being developed. Correct.
Okay. So I go back to the same point that I made. Staff is currently working on a policy, yes? So this is just telling staff, that's all it's telling staff is to keep doing what they're doing pretty much? Okay,
Correct.
what I'm worried about, and through you, Chair, what I'm worried about through you, Chair Cisco, to the CAO, will we be violating anybody's rights or choice within the city if we move forward with this?
Through the chair, that's what staff is doing. We're doing all of the due diligence. We're looking and dealing with all of the regulatory legislative requirements. All of that, those factors will be taken into consideration. Yes.
And that will come back to us.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Then the only thing that I'll say through you, Chair Cisco, is where is the public input when we come up with something like this, an amendment? That's what my concern is. You know, people were always talking about, let's hear from the public, let's hear from the public. So I will reluctantly support this only because it will come back to council. So, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Point of order, point of order. This is about council showing leadership from a perspective to protect staff.
Councillor Townsend, that's not a point of order. I admire your passion, but I'm asking you to hold your comments, okay? Councillor Sorrento, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We'll move on with the speaking order. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Definitely supporting the alternative motion from Councillor Townsend. I'm just wondering if we have a timeline as to when we can expect this to come back, be directed to the CAO. I think time is of the essence.
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, time is of the essence. This, as all council is aware, this is a very fluid situation. Things change on a daily, hourly basis. We were told that there was going to be a provincial announcement tomorrow. We've since been seeing that that may have been canceled. So we are targeting to bring this forward as soon as we can back in front of council, whether that's the September 14th meeting or the following. If not, it's, again, this is all in consultation with our regional partners as well.
As was mentioned before, I see no reason in being a leader in this. And if we can't get other people behind us, then let's just do it ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I guess just to really hammer home on this point of order and the procedural, for you, the chair, to the clerk, how is this alternative motion materially alternative in any way than what the staff recommendation was?
I'm just trying to find the staff recommendation. Sorry, I don't have my.
The staff recommendation was to receive and file the memo from CAO. So if,
okay. Then the difference is this is solidifying that you're not just going to receive and file, you're going to be receiving a report with a draft policy for your review. That's the basic difference. It's important. Okay. It's an important difference as well, because it's directing staff to bring back something.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But I guess our next step would have looked the exact same either way. In one man's opinion. I guess I have a couple amendments that I hope are friendly, since this is more material or more tangible now. I think we'll have an opportunity for public consultation, but I think it is important that if we are mandating vaccines for all staff, that we provide unvaccinated staff with the employer, so a city provided opportunity to speak to a clinician about vaccines. There are people who are vaccine hesitant for lots of good reasons. And I think if we're going to mandate that our employees be vaccinated, it's incumbent on us to provide them the opportunity to speak to a professional about it. So I think materially that would look like time, I think staff get, don't quote me on this, 3 hours to vote. So I think something like that for a doctor's appointment to speak about the vaccine. And one, it might convince some staff to get on board. So that would be one amendment. And my other amendment would be that we circulate the resolution to our own employee unions as well, something in QP and in particular in the firefighters union and any others that are represented at City of St. Catharines, so that they have ample opportunity to prepare comment. Yeah, so that's it for me. Those are my amendments.
Okay, so I'm looking to Councillor Townsend if those are friendly amendments.
Just to understand the top one, so it would be to give paid time off to staff to speak to a doctor about the vaccine. Is there like a number, is there a limit on how many times they would have to, like they would be allowed to?
I think one would be reasonable.
Okay. Well, if there's a number on it, just to kind of put it to build some more understanding in that, then yes. And then yes, with the unions is fine as well.
I just as clarification on this, obviously, of course, any part of the policy that's coming back, we're going to have the opportunity to debate and potentially remove this if we want to, when we inevitably vote on the policy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to notify staff and council that Brock University has adopted a very aggressive approach. And today, for example, I had to sign a vaccination declaration form. And if you don't sign the form, you're not allowed on campus. And that's true for faculty, staff, and students. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, perhaps to the CAO and then to the mover, I guess it's understood, but should we not have somewhere in the motion that this will be done in consultation with Niagara Region? Like, I know we don't have to do exactly what they do, but ideally, we're not going to be doing something that is totally different if they're doing something.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's implied. That's all part of the process that we're undertaking right now. So whether it's included in the motion, it's something that staff are doing. That's part of our development process.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Seeing no other comments or questions, the amended motion is on the screen. So I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes, and I will second that if you require a second.
We have one, thank you. Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. So that is the end of the reports for this evening. We're moving on to motions. I will ask those movers of motions, Councillor Littleton and Councillor Phillips, there's no need to read all of the whereas clauses if you don't wish, but we should read the therefore be it resolved clauses. So I would ask for that. We'll start with 9.1, rescheduled dates for the September 20th and October 20th, 2021 council budget meetings, moved by Councillor Littleton. And do I have a seconder? Can someone second that? Councillor Porter. So Councillor Littleton, if you could read the be it resolved.
Sure. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council budget meeting scheduled for Monday, September 20th be rescheduled for Wednesday, September 22nd at 6 p.m. And be it further resolved that the City Council budget meeting scheduled for Wednesday, October 20th, 2021 be rescheduled for Tuesday, October 19th, 2021 at 6 p.m. And be it further resolved that the city clerk be directed to make the appropriate notifications.
Thank you, Councillor. And this is largely housekeeping just to avoid working on a federal election and other timing issues and scheduling issues. If there are no comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Littleton,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
and that's carried.
All right, item 9.2, the comprehensive marine strategy, and this is moved by Councillor Phillips and seconded by Councillor Garcia. So Councillor Phillips, if I could ask you to read the be it resolves and additional information if you so wish.
Yes. Basically, I'm going to read the end, the last one. Whereas the marine industry is vital to Ontario's economy through the creation of jobs, increased supply chain efficiencies and resilience, and the ability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and road congestions. Therefore, be it resolved that the city of St. Catharines City Council calls on the government of Ontario to create a comprehensive marine strategy that will, bullet one, provide the Great Lakes with modern and competitive infrastructures, and two, ensure efficient and ecosystem-friendly navigation of the Great Lakes, and three, deliver sustainable development opportunities for maritime communities. And be it further resolved that the St. Catharines City Council calls on the government of Ontario to signal their commitment to the importance of the marine sector by appointing or creating an Ontario Marine Strategy Secretariat position to lead the consultations and oversee the strategy. And be it further resolved that a copy of the motion be forwarded to Premier Doug Ford, Vic Fideli, Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Job Creation, Carolyn Mulroney, Minister of Transportation, our local MPPs, the Association of Ontario Municipalities, AMO, Ontario's Big City Mayors, formerly LUMCO, and the MAG region and local area municipalities. I'm also going to amend that to include MP Biddle and MP Badaway, please.
All right, so we'll amend
basically, just to say that is our marine industry has been going forward. Kettle Marine and has invested a lot of money in St. Catharines. We have the cruise industry. We have Viking Cruise Lines building 3 new ships, Welland Canal size ships that will be cruising the Great Lakes next year. We have smaller cruise lines. We have a cross lake ferry service that's interested in coming to St. Catharines. The Welland Canal transits are up 5% this year. We need other provinces such as British Columbia, Quebec. Those governments invest heavily into their marine structure. Therefore, they get better contracts, good contracts that Heddle certainly could supply. So I urge Council to support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly support this, and I think Councillor Phillips covered it all. I just wanted to double check. I was at both meetings with ministries when this issue was raised, and we got some very positive responses, I thought. One was definitely with Carolyn Mulroney, the Minister of Transportation. And I'm trying to remember, did we not, Councillor Phillips, have one with, or perhaps Councillor Dodge, with the Minister responsible for infrastructure? Will we discuss that as well?
Well, I'm not sure who that minister is, Councillor, but we certainly can find out and add his or her name to the list.
Yeah, and it was a gentleman, and I'm pretty sure it was infrastructure, but if we can find out who we had that presentation to. I know, as I said, one was Carolyn Mulroney, so important to add the other minister we talked to for sure. Thank you.
I'd also add, just before we go, that Councillor Williamson's son is entering Georgian College in the navigation course. So it's important that we pass this so that his son gets a job in a few years.
Interesting point there, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments with respect to the motion? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have been last. Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Aye, aye.
and that's carried. Thank you.
Save the best for last on that one. Moving on to item 10, call for notices of motion. No notices have been submitted to the Office of City Clerk. Are there any notices of motion for the next meeting? Councillor Townsend.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you, notice of motion would be for to develop the parking strategy for Rolls Moote Street area.
Do we want to make that as a report request?
There is a motion.
Okay, sounds good. So that'll be on the agenda for the next meeting. Any other notices of motion? All right, not seeing any. We can move on to item 11, which is a report request. Gray water from municipal facilities, and this is from Councillor Phillips. Councillor Phillips, do you want to speak to this?
Just simply, Chair, we spent a lot of money on buying water for particularly our splash pads, which goes onto the child's back and then down the drain, and that's gone. If we could capture that water in a cistern so that our water trucks that water our plants or whatever else they're watering, or perhaps we could water soccer fields if it was at Pearson Park. If we can capture that, I think we could save money. It's going to cost a bit initially to do that, but I'd like to see it. If we're going to put a splash pad in, a new splash pad, I think it'd be worthwhile to investigate what it would take to put that cistern in so we can capture the water, the gray water, and as a pilot project, and then maybe down the line, we could put in subsequent ones at the other splash pads. But I would like Director Martuccio to investigate this, to give us a cost as far as how much it would cost to do that, and perhaps how much the savings would be long-term. Climate change is upon us, and this, in my mind, would help in a little way to save us some water.
All right, so we have a report request. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Are there any other notices of report requests to be considered for September 13th? All right, seeing none. Moving on to item 12, the committee and task force minutes. A motion that council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. I have moving the motion, Councillor Kushner. Okay, and seconding that, I have Councillor, who would like to second? Councillor Littleton. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. So I will now look to the clerk for item 13 to read the reason for going into closed session.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, a motion to go into closed session is for human resource matter, fire services staff, closed session report pursuant to bylaw 2021-124, section H 3.1B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. By attending the closed session, each member acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members are not permitted to record the proceedings and must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
Okay, so can I have a mover to go in camera? Councillor Miller, and a seconder, Councillor Porter. So I will look to the clerk to call the recorded vote for the motion to go into closed session and acknowledgement of the obligations under the Code of Conduct during closed sessions.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We have never asked for a recorded vote for that. Have we?
I'm going to look to the clerk. This is the way the script's written, and I'm assuming it's a part of the procedural bylaw, but I will look for clarification from the clerk.
We never usually do that. The mayor usually just calls for a hand vote, but this does say, you're correct, it does say that. So you're following the script perfectly. So if you'd like to vote by a show of hands to go in camera, but when you come out and do the motion, we'll then vote.
Show of hands to go in camera. That's approved. Wonderful. The councilors, we will be moved over momentarily. I always feel like it would be appropriate that the Welcome Back Cotter theme music be playing when that happens, but. All right, so we're on to item 14, motion arising from the closed session. The motion being that report CSS-140-2021 regarding human resources matter, fire services staff be received for information purposes. Can I have a counselor to move the staff recommendation? Counselor Phillips, seconded by Counselor Kushner. All those in, actually, no, I have to call a recorded vote on this one. So I'll look to the clerk to call the recorded vote on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Littleton.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
No.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Porter.
Yes.
Counselor Cisco.
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend. Counselor Townsend. Okay.
I actually don't believe he was in camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and that's carried.
Item 15, the bylaws, motion that the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to I be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the deputy mayor and the city clerk. For the motion, I have Counselor Kushner. And seconding, I have Counselor Porter. All right, so I'll look to the clerk for a recorded vote.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
Yes.
Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Littleton,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
and that's carried.
All right, and finally, we come to adjournment, and I note on my watch that it's 9:39, and I feel shame because I did not achieve the goal of a quick meeting tonight, but it was a good meeting nonetheless.
It wasn't your fault, Chair.
I promise you, Counselor Phillips, I appreciate that. I know. There being no further items of business, the meeting be adjourned, and I have Counselor Miller is listed as the mover of this one, which I know will make him happy. And Counselor, who wants to second it? Counselor Dodge. We'll go with Counselor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? Nobody? Wonderful. Have a great night, everybody, and I will see you